Baltimore now enforcing its curfew, but is it really doing anything to stop juvenile crime yet? And taking you live to Washington, D.C., looking over many of its memorials, as today is Memorial Day. Closer to home, later this morning in Baltimore County, we'll be going live from Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens with more on their events being held today.
And our temperature is pretty mild right now. We are tracking the potential for some showers as we get into your Monday afternoon. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you waking up with us early on this Monday, May 28th. I'm Megan Gilland. It is Memorial Day. A lot of events being honored here. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers to see if the weather's going to allow for those outdoor festivities.
We got to fix that in the prompter. May 29th today.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
thank you, Justin.
May 29th. Yeah, so a couple of days left of May, Meg, and June right around the corner.
I can't believe it.
Heat is coming later this week. So if you like those warm or hot temperatures, just stand by another couple of days. Looking out over the Inner Harbor right now, not too bad. We do have a few clouds kind of hanging around at this time. Our temperatures are mild, upper 50s in Cockeysville and Towson, 65 in Baltimore City, 64 in Brooklyn Park. So those temperatures are going to stay in the 60s, kind of staying mild through the morning time, and will warm up to the mid to upper 70s for the afternoon. We are tracking the chance for a few showers. Some of us maybe even getting close to the 80-degree mark for the afternoon on your Memorial Day Monday. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here, we've got our live cameras around the region, and it's normally quiet at 4:30. This is an extremely quiet start to this Monday morning. Good time to head out if you need to.
I really have high hopes that it will work.
It's unbelievably poorly thought out.
We are still addressing this as if we live in some type of utopia, where our children are going home to hot meals, a sober mom, a sober dad, a functioning household.
The first weekend of curfew enforcement for young people in Baltimore City has come to an end, and it is getting mixed reviews. The enforcement is part of Mayor Brandon Scott's strategy to keep kids engaged and away from danger this summer. During curfew hours, Friday and Saturday night, police were tracking more juvenile crime, despite Mayor Scott claiming that there was some success this past weekend.
We didn't have any major incidents with our young people. We know people got the message.
Suspects, 2 number 1 males wearing all black clothing between the age of 16 to 17.
Robbery involving a group of individuals, juvenile males.
Now, police are not saying whether any juveniles were arrested in connection with that carjacking. One law enforcement expert spoke with Fox 45, and she claims the ones doing this type of crime are not the ones concerned about a curfew.
Those ones who are already doing the big felonious crimes already, carjacking, stabbings, running over officers, trying to shoot at officers, running around with a gun, they're not worried about curfew.
Coming up in our next hour, Shannon Lilly will have more on the first weekend of the youth curfew enforcement and what's to come with it. 10 young lives have already been lost in Baltimore City this year. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the victims here. The youngest just 12 years old. Others were shot and killed near their schools. We know nearly 40 other young people have survived shootings this year. And we want to hear from you. Are you confident in the plan from Mayor Scott to address youth crime this summer? So far, 96% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in on this. Remember, the curfew is in place on weeknights as well, and this applies to anyone under 17 years old. For children younger than 14, that curfew is 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. For 15 and 16-year-olds, the curfew starts at 11. You can find everything you need to know about the curfew on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, police are investigating multiple shootings, including a murder happening over the weekend. They say a 38-year-old man was shot and killed near Clifton Park just before 7:30 Saturday night along Harford Road, right near the Alameda. Yesterday, another man was heard in a shooting along South Monroe Street in South Baltimore. Police say he is in critical condition. Then, just a few hours later, a man was shot in Northeast Baltimore along Woodmont Avenue. He was taken to the hospital for treatment. We have no information on any suspects. Anyone who has any information about either shooting is asked to call police. A tool once thought to be so far from use is about to make some big steps in the financial world. After the break, how JP Morgan is creating what would be a key in the bank's future success. And we have a mild morning out there for you. Temperatures in the 70s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the heat for this week. 4:35 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Taking you live now to Washington, D.C. this Memorial Day, where events continue this weekend to pay respects and honor our nation's fallen heroes. We wanted to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers in and see how...
Yeah, Meg, we are going to see little cloudy conditions here. We're tracking some showers right now just to the south of Baltimore, just south of Annapolis as well, but extending out toward the eastern shore. So right around Easton and Cambridge, you're seeing a few of those showers. Not much in the way of thunderstorms, but we are getting a little bit of rain in D.C. right now. And as we take you through the later part of the day today, we'll kind of keep a mix of clouds and sun, especially early, with more of that cloud cover coming in as we get later into the afternoon and also some of those showers. So on your out the door cast, yeah, you can need the sunglasses possibly for part of the day today, but really make sure you have that umbrella just in case you encounter some of those showers. We'll break this down for you hour by hour for you coming up in just a little bit from right now.
All right, that sounds good, Justin. Thank you. Trending now, investors may soon get some artificial intelligence help on their investments. A report says JP Morgan Chase has filed with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office for a possible AI feature to help investors choose securities and assets. A trademark has been sought out for Index GPT. JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon says artificial intelligence would be key in the bank's future success. Dimon says that he plans to empower employees with AI, including ChatGPT, the chatbot created by OpenAI. Airline flyers tired of high airfares are increasingly using a technique to save money that bothers the airlines. A report says flyers are turning to skip lagging to pay lower airfares to some destinations, often saving $100 or more. Now, the trick involves booking cheap flights that have long layovers, where the layover is actually the desired final destination. A website called skiplag.com helps travelers find the cheapest option for those flights. Now, some airlines are stripping users who use the technique of perks or mileage accounts, or even suing them. Doesn't seem right. Well, two women who worked for the athletic apparel retailer Lululemon in Georgia say that they were fired for reporting a robbery and the way they handled it. Video shows the masked thieves coming into the store, grabbing numerous items before being confronted by a now former assistant store manager and employee. Lululemon says it has a zero-tolerance policy banning employees from pursuing shoplifters at their stores. A spokesperson saying that, quote, "We have policies and protocols in place to uphold a safe environment." Make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, weather, anytime, you name it. Just search WBFF in your app store. The long holiday weekend travel is not over for many. Coming up, what you need to know before taking on the roads today.
They are some of the top summer health hazards that could have you heading to the emergency room. I'm Liz Bonus. How to avoid it, just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, Target, the latest target for woke marketing campaigns. How that's affected their bottom line. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now, 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. As the unofficial start to summer kicks off, burn specialists and those who work in the emergency room are giving out some warnings. Medical reporter Liz Bonus joins us to explain.
Hey there, everybody. From summer sun damage to when you fire up the grill, summer's a busy season for what potentially could send you to the emergency room. It's all because when it comes to grilling, people try and rush things, according to plastic surgeon Dr. Julia Slater. She's the director of Ohio's UC Health Burn Center.
Yeah, we see kind of two different injuries. We either see that someone tried to put some type of accelerant to get their flame up higher, and it'll flash back in their face and cause a burn to a patient's face. Or else we see someone, either children that were running around or someone that is, doing a lot of tasks at once, and they accidentally touch on the grill or around the grill, and they get a contact burn from touching a hot spot.
Other burn hazards, she says, also come from home fireworks. Sunburn, she says, another summer hazard, but it's usually managed outside the emergency room.
Sunscreen is your best friend here. Fortunately, in our burn unit itself, it's very rare we'd have to admit a sunburn, but they're painful and they can sort of keep you away from good activities for quite a while.
Biking injuries, another common summer hazard, which is why helmets are so critical, especially for children. And finally, West Nile virus and other illnesses are transmitted by mosquitoes, another summer hazard, mosquito bites. To reduce the odds of attracting mosquitoes, you may want to change your soap. A study by researchers at Virginia Tech found mosquitoes prefer fruit and flower scented soaps and don't like coconut scented soap as much. Now, this study also showed how much mosquitoes prefer a scent depends on how it interacts with a person's natural body scent. Researchers say about 60% of how someone smells is from the soap they use, 40% from your natural body odor. Bug spray, of course, and bug repellent, another thing to grab in addition to that sunscreen. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. She's talking about some hot temperatures, and that is what this guy's been talking about as well as we move into the week.
My wife is a mosquito magnet.
Me too.
So I love having her around because she's my citronella candle.
She's your repellent.
Yeah. And it was like last weekend I was at the ocean, down the ocean, and she wasn't around. I was like, no, go to her.
So then they come to you.
Yeah,
and
I
she's
know.
not
I'm
there.
like, I know her, but I'm not her. So go to her.
That's funny.
Either way, but yeah, I don't know.
Very thoughtful.
Yes. She knows what she can. Our Towson Cam, good morning to all of you. Mile 1 Auto Group Cam, we are seeing a little bit of that cloud cover out there, but overall, not too bad on your Monday morning. Mild temperatures, too. We are tracking some showers. We're starting to see this here, especially for you on the eastern shore, south of Easton, right around Cambridge. That's crossing just south of the Bay Bridge, so the southern end of Anne Arundel County, but right toward D.C. So if you are heading down to D.C. in the next couple of hours, going to run into some of these rain showers. We've been dry here. We didn't get much over the weekend at all, and this is kind of part of that larger weather maker. It's that coastal low that we've been tracking throughout the weekend that brought a lot of rain to the Carolinas. That area of low pressure is now south of Roanoke, but we're going to see that top edge of that kind of system bring in the potential for a few more showers by the time we head toward later this afternoon. Overall, if you're rising and shining with us on your hopefully holiday Monday, our temps mainly in the 60s for the next couple of hours. We're going to see that sun come up about an hour from right now, and that sun goes to bed tonight at 8:25. Now, golfers, if you do want to get out there on your Memorial Day and try to get a round in, we'll be in the upper 60s through 9 a.m. Just watch for the potential for some showers and possibly a thunderstorm later this afternoon with mid to upper 70s and even into the lower 80s for a lot of us today. Check these numbers out, too. I mean, Cockeysville, Bel Air, up into Elkton, out through Baltimore, right at 80 degrees this afternoon. 77 in Columbia, mid-70s in Annapolis, and up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those 70s and 80s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. 66 down the ocean there. All right, so here's a look at our temperature tracker. Numbers are going to be kind of near that average line tomorrow and Wednesday, but then really start heating up Thursday and Friday. You can notice that little spike right there as we'll get to the mid-80s and even some lower 90s on Friday. That's right as we begin the month of June. It starts to level off by next weekend, but overall it's going to be a little bit hotter or warmer or hotter, however you want to look at it. So here's the future scan. This is about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Notice those showers that will be with us, and then moving out of here by about 7 p.m. As we get into Tuesday, We'll keep the potential for a couple of showers early, but overall, some drier air is going to start moving in. Still some cloud cover hanging around through Wednesday, maybe a stray shower then, but we really are seeing the drier air coming in by the time we head into this upcoming weekend. Here's that 7-day forecast. So Memorial Day 80 today, back to the mid to upper 70s into Tuesday and Wednesday, and then those 80s and lower 90s toward the end of the week, right as we approach the brand new weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Remember, you can track severe storms even when we're not on the air by downloading the free FOX45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store, search WBFF to get started. All right, let's take a look now at our Len Stoller traffic network. We've got some of our live cameras pulled up and looks pretty similar to the last time we looked here. Pretty smooth moving out there here at this early hour. Taking you live now to the Bay Bridge, where today is expected to be the busiest travel day of the holiday weekend. The Maryland Transportation Authority is saying the best time to drive home is before 8 a.m. or after 10 p.m. They are telling people to drive the speed limit, be patient. We are expecting this to be pretty crowded as the day moves forward. Make sure you scan the QR code on your screen here to show us how you are honoring the holiday weekend and how your travel is going as well. Whether it's hanging out at the beach, a backyard barbecue, just enjoying some time at home, we'd love to see your pictures and videos. You can also head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, and you can submit them there. Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars is an instant hit, and you can watch it Wednesdays at 9 right here on Fox 45. We are giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams. Head to foxbaltimore.com/contest. Tell us about your dream to open new food service businesses or maybe to fund a current one. The winner will have the opportunity to appear right here on Fox 45 Morning News with us to promote your business. Get your business plan together. Watch Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars Wednesday at 9 on Fox 45. A somber Memorial Day ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. How visitors are honoring fallen heroes.
Now that a tentative deal has been reached on raising the debt limit, on to the next question. Will it pass? I'm Christine Frizzell with what we're hearing.
Time now, 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Developing now, local officials say Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, is suffering more from the largest drone attack on the country since the start of the Russian invasion 15 months ago. Came as the city was getting ready to mark the anniversary of its founding. It reportedly lasted more than 5 hours overnight. Kyiv's mayor saying at least one person was killed. A 41-year-old man and a 35-year-old woman is in the hospital. The drones from the attack were made in Iran, according to a Kyiv military official. Ukraine's Air Force says of the 54 drones that were launched, 52 were shot down by air defense systems. 3 people are dead after Iranian border guards exchanged heavy gunfire with Taliban troops. Yesterday's shooting broke out near a border post between Iran and Afghanistan. It's unclear what provoked the incident, but each country blames the other for shooting first. This comes as tensions escalate between the two over water rights. The Iranian government accuses Taliban rulers of violating a decades-old treaty by restricting the flow of a major river to drought-stricken lands. Well, the U.S. and Saudi Arabia are calling on the warring sides in Sudan to extend their truce. The week-long ceasefire between the country's army and a rival paramilitary force is due to expire today. Like others before it, the truce did not stop fighting in the country, but the U.S. and Saudi governments believe an extension will help facilitate humanitarian aid. Since the fighting between the two rival forces broke out in April, the UN reports that hundreds have died. More than 1 million have been forced from their homes. Continuing coverage now this morning, we want to take you live to the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C. here, where a deal on raising the debt limit has been agreed to. President Joe Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy reaching that deal on Saturday. The president addressed the deal yesterday, saying that he didn't make any compromise on the debt ceiling.
They said they'd only do it on condition that it have all these cuts in it. I said, I'm not going to do that. You pass the debt ceiling, period. I'll negotiate with you on the cuts. But if you want to try to make it look like I made some compromise on the debt ceiling, I didn't. I made a compromise on the budget.
Now the question is, what's in the deal? And why are some lawmakers already vowing to vote against it? National correspondent Christine Frizzell has the latest.
It was a deal Democrats didn't want to have to make, but with Republicans in the majority in the House had no choice but to take.
There were no wins for Democrats. There is nothing after the passage of this bill that would be more liberal or more progressive than it is today. It's a remarkable conservative accomplishment.
It stemmed from a long list of conservative demands and resulted in a freeze in non-defense spending, plus the clawing back of $29 billion in unspent COVID aid and $1.9 billion for the IRS to be used to hire more agents, plus new measures to speed up environmental reviews of some energy projects and work requirements for some who receive SNAP or food stamps, though it expands food stamp eligibility for veterans and the homeless.
Is it everything I wanted? No, but we don't control all of it. But it is the biggest rescission in history. It is the biggest cut in Congress has ever voted in that process.
Still, some conservative Republicans are pushing back. Congressman Ralph Norman calling it insanity. Congressman Bob Good tweeting, no one claiming to be a conservative could justify a yes vote.
Now we're hearing many Democrats are breathing a sigh of relief that they didn't lose more in terms of cuts to programs they support. But as to whether they'll actually vote for the deal, that is the next battle expected to play out in the coming days.
I'm tempted to say no, I'm in no vote, because as the speaker said, there is absolutely nothing for the Democrats in these things. And oh, by the way, do I really want to validate a process which at the end of the day is a hostage-taking process?
And it's not just the progressives. Across the ideological spectrum, including problem solvers, by the way, people feel that this is bad policy.
Still, President Biden asking both the House and the Senate to pass the legislation and move on, with leaders now tasked with selling it to get enough votes to be signed into law by June 5th, the day the Treasury Secretary says the government will run out of money. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
We're coming out of the first weekend of the city's youth curfew. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at how it's going and why some are still skeptical.
Budget hearings will take place in City Hall over the next several days this week. Coming up, What exactly council members will be discussing and why the Kerwin plan could impact some numbers.
And our temperatures are mild this Memorial Day Monday. We're also tracking some rain for the afternoon. We'll be talking about that throughout your Monday morning. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Taking you live to Washington, D.C. this Memorial Day, where events continue this holiday to pay respect and honor our nation's fallen heroes. Good morning on this Monday, May 29th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Joining us right now, meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the forecast on this Monday.
Yeah, and we're going to have to deal with some rain showers as we get into the afternoon, guys. Right now, kind of mild conditions out there. We're seeing a lot of temperatures in the 60s here, even mid-60s at that. So we'll take you outside and show you what's going on here with our forecast. There we go. Here's a look at our live cam over downtown Baltimore. There's some clouds kind of hanging around. Not tracking any rain here at home, at least in Baltimore, but we are seeing some showers in the eastern shore and down through D.C. So right now, your temperatures across the state are mild, low to mid 60s, Westminster, Bel Air, down through Baltimore City into Annapolis as well. This is a look at our HD radar. You can see some of those showers for you in Easton, just south of Annapolis, southern Anne Arundel County, over to Washington, D.C. Not seeing anything here in the Baltimore region, but that doesn't mean that we're done. We're going to see the potential for some of those showers sticking around throughout the day today. Overall, your morning drive, if you are driving, or maybe a lot of folks are going to be heading back into town today, here's a look at your temperatures, mainly in the 60s and staying dry for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and looking at some of the area cameras that we have. And yeah, very light this morning in traffic on a holiday morning here. And it looks like roads are wide open all around the Baltimore region. In fact, pretty much across the state of Maryland.
I really have high hopes that it will work.
It's unbelievably poorly thought out.
We are still addressing this as if we live in some type of utopia, where our children are going home to hot meals, a sober mom, a sober dad, a functioning household.
The first weekend of curfew enforcement for young people in Baltimore has come to an end, and it's getting mixed reviews.
The enforcement is part of Mayor Brandon Scott's strategy to keep kids engaged and away from danger this summer. And so far, we have not seen much action at the city's outreach centers, but we have seen more examples of juvenile crime.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Fells Point with a look at how the plan is going so far and why some still think that this just will not work. Shannon?
Yeah, so the city, Patrice and Tom, has identified several locations where young people tend to gather. One of those locations being right here in Fells Point. And so they plan to have more officers and social workers, especially in these areas here in Fells Point, the Inner Harbor, and Federal Hill. But so far, what we've seen from the very first weekend of this plan, as you mentioned, are empty youth connection centers during those hours prone to violence. We've also seen continued juvenile crime around the city during curfew hours. In fact, on Friday night, there was a possible carjacking. Take a listen.
Suspects, 2 no more males wearing all black clothing between the age of 16 to 17.
Robbery involving a group of individuals, juvenile males.
So another incident you just heard there from Saturday as well. And remember how this plan will work. Youth will be asked to leave on their own if they're spotted out past curfew hours, or they will be taken by a bus to a youth connection center where the city will supply food and games. But the youth can simply just refuse to go. So we spoke with community activist Kenji Scott, and he says the connection centers just don't focus on the root problem of juvenile crime. Meanwhile, on Saturday, we pressed Mayor Brandon Scott about the first day of his plan and how he thought it was going.
We didn't have any major incidents with our young people. We know people got the message.
It shouldn't be called a curfew. It shouldn't be called nothing. What's the real purpose of the curfew if it's not enforceable, if it's not punitive?
Meanwhile, Baltimore police are not saying if those suspects involved in that possible carjacking are juveniles or if any arrests have been made. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
10 young lives have already been lost in Baltimore this year. This is a look at some of the victims.
The youngest, just 12 years old. Others were shot and killed right near their schools. Nearly 40 other young people have survived shootings this year.
A community activist who has worked with Baltimore City children and families for years says, given the amount of juvenile violence we've seen this year, the city's summer plan doesn't meet the urgency of the problem.
That shows our young people that they aren't important enough for us to value a tactical plan, a strategic plan under a state of an emergency. This is something in 2013, when the mayor was standing by my side with the 300 Men March movement, we were pushing for city government to do then. So I don't understand now with Brandon Scott being in power, having the authority, why aren't we considering this a state of an emergency?
We want to hear from you. Are you confident in the plan from Mayor Scott to address the youth crime this summer? So far, 96% of voters have responded no. As you see there on the right, you can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Elsewhere in a city in crisis this week, City Council will begin budget hearings with the city's final budget due by June 26th. Over the next several days, council members will be hearing from city agencies about their budgetary needs. And Baltimore City has less money at its disposal than it thought. It has to pay $67 million more than planned for the blueprint for Maryland's future, the Kerwin plan. Mayor plans to pull the money from the city's surplus.
It was a gut punch. What we've been discussing with them and what we've heard is a open and willingness to look at how we can look at the formula. It's not what the governor or anyone expected us to be having at this point.
The most high-profile hearing this week is expected to be the Department of Public Works. The mayor's budget proposal includes funding for 10 new solid waste crews with the goal of getting people hired and working by January. Now, the budget also requests nearly 40% increase for upper-level management, some of whom are already bringing home six figures. And the overall waste removal and recycling budget only 7%. Now, even as the city has been struggling to collect recycling on a weekly basis, this is what they're asking for. Councilman Yitzi Slifer says that money is being misplaced.
Instead of seeing the DPW executives' salaries ballooning, what I'd like to see is that same 40% increase go to the workers at DPW, the ones who are actually doing the work.
The councilman argues the mayor's $10,000 recruitment and retention bonus just isn't enough to encourage overworked and underpaid city employees to stay. The councilman also raising alarm bells over the mayor's Clean Core program, which will give $15 million to city nonprofits to clean up neighborhoods, saying that money should go to DPW itself.
City Council will have the chance to add or cut money from the budget this year because of a charter amendment voters approved in 2020. Fox 45 News will be following that process closely.
Still to come this half hour, violence beyond just juveniles continues on city streets. The investigation's underway from this holiday weekend.
Tracking the potential for some rain showers later today. We'll talk about it coming up in your full Weather Authority forecast. 5:10 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast. Tracking some showers here. We're seeing that right now on our HD radar, especially for you in the eastern shore and just in the southern end of Anne Arundel County, just south of Annapolis right there. Even some moderate rain, not much in the way of lightning strikes, which is good, but those showers do extend down to the district here this morning. Not seeing that in the Baltimore region, but doesn't mean we're going to be immune to that. We'll see some more showers developing as we head toward the afternoon. Mid-60s over the next few hours if you want to get out for a run or a jog before some of that rain rolls in. We'll track it for you and talk about the hot temperatures coming later this week. That's in just a few minutes from right now.
5:11, millions of travelers across the country are expected to make their way back home today after the long holiday weekend.
Megan Gillen is at our live center tracking the numbers.
We've been watching, guys. We want to take you live this morning just right near the Bay Bridge. This is US 50 at 97 there. Things quiet out there right now. You can count the cars. We are expecting things to pick back up later today, though, for that return home. We know it's been a busy weekend. Right now, still waiting on an update, actually, from the TSA on Friday's travel numbers. But what we have this morning is Thursdays from airport security checkpoints. They say they screened almost 2.69 million passengers. That is the most since 2019. FlightAware, meantime, take a look at some of these numbers here, saying that more than 6,200 flights were delayed Friday, with Southwest, United, and Delta actually seeing the most there. Another 200 flights were canceled. Travel today looking much smoother. Looking at FlightAware, we can see in and out of the United States today, just 223 delays, 41 cancellations. Not bad. Could be a little bumpy, though, depending on where you are, where you're headed later today. Let's go ahead and take you live this morning. San Francisco airport shot this morning, looking pretty calm. No conditions out there right now, though. The National Weather Service forecasting a slight risk for scattered showers and thunderstorms this afternoon for these areas, though. The areas you see there shaded in green on this map. If you are driving, we know gas prices are still high. We're looking at $3.57 a gallon on average nationwide. That's about a nickel below this time last month, $1 below this time last year. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
The hunt for survivors is still underway after an apartment building in Iowa partially collapses. The survivors found so far and what the investigation has so far revealed.
A somber Memorial Day ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. How visitors are honoring the fallen heroes. 5:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. All local, all morning.
5:15 and developing now. Police are investigating multiple shootings, including a murder happening over the weekend.
Now, they say a 38-year-old man was shot and killed right near Clifton Park just before 7:30 Saturday night, right along Harford Road near the Alameda. Yesterday, another man was hurt in a shooting along South Monroe Street in South Baltimore. Police say he is in critical condition.
And then just a few hours later, a man was shot in Northeast Baltimore along Woodmont Avenue. He was taken to the hospital for treatment. We have no information on any suspects. Anyone who may know about any of these shootings is asked to contact police. Search and rescue efforts continue at an apartment building that partially collapsed in Davenport, Iowa. Investigators are trying to figure out what caused part of the 60-story building to topple yesterday evening. First responders rescued 7 people and more than a dozen others walked out of the building on their own. It is unclear if anyone is still trapped in the rubble or how many people are left homeless now because of the collapse. Authorities say when they arrived at the scene, they saw natural gas leaking and water spilling from each floor of the building. Police have roped off the area to keep all vehicles and pedestrians away.
You can download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. Taking you live to Washington, D.C. this Memorial Day, where events continue this holiday to pay respects and honor our nation's fallen heroes.
Today's events come on the heels of hundreds lining up yesterday at the Arlington National Cemetery to pay respects to the nation's fallen heroes.
One by one, visitors walked across the plaza, placing flowers before the tomb of the unknown soldier. Now, visitors also placing flowers at more than 300,000 headstones that make up that cemetery.
The ceremony marks the second annual Flowers of Remembrance Day, which pays homage to the first official National Decoration Day, now known as Memorial Day. That ceremony took place in 1868 to honor those who died in the Civil War.
A tribute to the troops here in our area as well. Dale sent us this picture of a giant American flag. He hung right on his house in honor of Memorial Day.
Well, it's 5:18 and we want to get a check of our forecast as a lot of people might be up and out today.
Yeah, and raining in D.C. right now. So those shots were taken. Can't really see it because it's still dark. We're not seeing rain here, guys. We are tracking a few few of the cloudy conditions out there looking out from the inner harbor. But some of us are seeing some rain, just not here in downtown Baltimore right now. Let's take a look at that HD radar picture. And this is where we're seeing it for you in Easton, out in Talbot County, just north of Cambridge. And then that's sliding right across the bay, south of the Bay Bridge. So not raining in the Bay Bridge right now, but it is also south of Annapolis. So southern Anne Arundel County getting a little bit of that rain. This is heading right over toward D.C. You can see right there in the Silver Spring region. Even some moderate rain showers here. No lightning strikes with this at this time. That's good, but that is where the rain is kind of hanging out. And that's what's been happening for most of the weekend. We've been tracking this coastal low, brought a lot of rain to the Carolinas over the weekend. Now the center of that low is right around Roanoke, but it really hasn't moved very much, and it is expected to kind of shift a little bit further to the north and the east later today. That is going to bring us a better chance of seeing some showers here in the Baltimore region. But this is our hourly future scan. Notice the farther north you are, the better chance you have of not seeing any rain and possibly even some sunshine today. This is 9 o'clock this morning. Notice the cloud cover that stays around with us. And as we take you in about the 2-3 o'clock hour this afternoon, that's going to be our best chance to pick up some of those spotty showers here and there. Maybe a stray thunderstorm, but overall the system is pretty weak. I know a lot of us want to get some rain on our lawns and on our gardens. Going to probably have to do that hand watering again today and into the next couple of days because that rain moves out of here by later tonight. So as you're up with us on this Monday morning, your Rise and Shine cast, temperatures staying mainly in the 60s for the next couple of hours. And as we take you to that 8 o'clock hour, you'll see those numbers right about 66, warming up nicely as we take you through noon in the mid to upper 70s. And a lot of us will top out into the lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Here's a look at some of those numbers in your neighborhood for your high temperatures. Excuse me, mid to upper 70s for Carroll County in Westminster down through Eldersburg, right about 77 the Hereford zone over to Reisterstown, 78 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, and 80s for Towson down through Baltimore City. Mid to upper 70s across Howard and Anne Arundel counties. Those numbers for Ellicott City over through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, right down through Annapolis for your highs today. It should be not a bad afternoon to grill. Again, we do have to deal with some of those showers here and there, but just know overall our temperatures are looking pretty good with those 70s sticking around and even some lower 80s. Tomorrow we'll back off on our numbers, but we're close to 80 again on Wednesday. And then look what happens on Thursday and Friday, guys. We're talking mid 80s to lower 90s, definitely heating up right as we approach the month of June. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Taking a live look now from the Bay Bridge, where today is expected to be the busiest travel day of our holiday weekend. Maryland Transportation Authority saying the best time to drive home is before 8 this morning or after 10 tonight. They're telling people to drive the speed limit and be patient.
Scan the QR code on your screen to show us how you are celebrating this holiday weekend. Whether you're hanging out at the beach, a backyard barbecue, enjoying a ceremony, or just some time at home, we want to see your pictures and videos. You can also head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, and submit them there.
City Youth Curfew is set and now in place. Coming up, city activists speaking out and questioning the mayor's guidelines.
And the home of the Kentucky Derby has to put down yet another horse. What they're doing now to protect the health of future horses. 521, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .524 and making headlines. 2 more horses are now dead at Churchill Downs in Kentucky.
Now, officials at the home of the Kentucky Derby said Saturday 2 horses were euthanized after sustaining injuries.
That brings the total number of horse deaths in the past 2 months to 12. Churchill Downs officials said they're troubled by the deaths. They don't know why they're happening. The racetrack said it is working with the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission to investigate the deaths and improve the sport's safety.
In India, some of its top wrestlers have been detained by police as protest against the Wrestling Federation chief
intensified.
Scuffles broke out in the capital of New Delhi yesterday between police and demonstrators who jumped barriers outside of Parliament. The wrestlers and their supporters are calling for the resignation and arrest of the head of India's Wrestling Federation, who allegedly sexually harassed young athletes. 2 Olympic medalists have threatened to hand back their medals if no action is taken against him.
And check out this mysterious green liquid that showed up in Italy's Grand Canal in Venice.
Wow.
Look at that. It looks like Chicago, right?
It does,
Yeah,
when they do it on purpose.
Yeah, that's right. Local authorities say the patch of this phosphorescent green water appeared yesterday morning, and they are looking at surveillance videos now to see how it got there.
Well, the incident comes on the heels of environmental activists pouring charcoal into Rome's landmark Trevi Fountain last week. But those activists say they aren't responsible for the green water in Venice.
Now to a bright spot for your Monday morning. A Kentucky man who ran out of gas, then just stopped to fill up, barely making it to the gas station, left a millionaire. Michael Schlemmer says earlier this month he ran out of gas, coasted into the gas station. He said he had $40 on him, so he bought $20 in gas, $20 for a single $20 lottery ticket. And turned out the ticket was a winner. He was excited about it, even though that photo doesn't show it. Schlemmer says that he plans to buy a new car and save the rest of his winnings.
Now, when I heard the story,
Continuing coverage on the first weekend of the city's youth curfew. Just ahead, how the success of the program could impact the future of the city.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
welcome back on this Monday morning, 5:30. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. It is Memorial Day, and meteorologist Justin Chambers is looking at the forecast in case you want to go and honor those who may be out at the cemetery. There's a lot of laying of the flowers today.
Absolutely. Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you, and good morning to everyone. Probably just have the rain gear with you just in case, because we are tracking a better chance for showers today than what we saw yesterday. A live look there at Camden Yards. O's avoid avoided the sweep yesterday afternoon and another afternoon game today against the Guardians as they start a new series with Cleveland in town for the next 3 days. So looking outside, you can see our HD radar, and this is where some of the rain is. So if you're just waking up with us this morning, you can see a line of showers from Easton, just south of the Bay Bridge, but it's creeping a little bit closer to Annapolis, right over D.C., and we've seen that rain over the district here for most of the morning so far. So just be aware of that if you're heading south down there. Our yard and gardening cast, hopefully we'll get a little rain from Mother Nature because it has been extremely dry. We're looking at mid to upper 70s and even creeping into the lower 80s later this afternoon. We'll top out at 77 tomorrow, so a bit cooler, but then close to 80 again on Wednesday. And then we've got heat to talk about later this week, right as we approach June. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and the highways around the area, very light on the roads this morning. I think a lot of people are staying home or still away on vacation. So you've got a good commute out there if you do have to get up and go into work.
Well, this morning we are continuing coverage on the citywide curfew enforcement for a city in crisis.
In our last half hour, we discussed how many are skeptical about the mayor's plan, as he thinks this is a way to keep kids engaged and away from danger this summer.
Now, city council members are also feeling the skepticism, saying that they are not sure if it will keep kids off the streets, especially because they cannot be forced to go to the outreach centers.
This is not a tool that's going to go against the young folks who are intentionally creating unproductive activity at night. So I mean, I think we just have to accept that and literally move on.
And I want this to work, but I still see these young people not obeying. I don't hear the young people saying, I want to go to the rec. They're not excited about going to the rec centers.
Well, this morning, more community leaders are weighing in on the plan.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with their take on this curfew. Shannon?
Yeah, we are now going on 4 days into this plan, Tom and Patrice. And according to the mayor, it's been so far so good. But we also spoke with Giovanni Patterson with the community group Peace. And he argues just the opposite, that we've continued to see kids acting out. And the way that the city is trying to correct that just sends the wrong message.
And now we're saying, hey, we're going to give you pool parties. We're going to give you, basketball games every night. I think we're going about this the wrong way. Instead of rewarding bad behavior, we should be incentivizing good behavior. It seems like we're coddling our kids and saying, hey, we don't want them to interact with the police. And interaction with the police is not always a bad thing.
So he says we need to raise expectations for kids. And yes, he also says, Patrice, that parents need to be more involved as well.
Shannon, talk about the mayor's plan in terms of his re-election efforts. What impact is this having on that?
Well, it could have a huge impact, Patrice. In fact, we spoke with political analyst John Deedy about that, and he says if this program is successful, it could essentially be another thing that the mayor can add to his resume. It could help with his re-election efforts. Of course, if the plan doesn't go well, then just the opposite. It could mean problems for the mayor. In fact, we know that potentially people like Sheila Dixon may be running against him. And if that's the case, you'll remember back when she was mayor in her last year, murders were down. And so Deedy argues that is something that she could argue in her favor. Of course, we'll have to watch and see how that all plays out, though. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Well, remember, the curfew is in place weeknights as well. It applies to anyone under 17 years old. For children younger than 14, the curfew is at 9 p.m. through 6 in the morning. For 15 and 16-year-olds, the curfew starts at 11. You can find everything you need to know about the curfew on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Today marks Memorial Day, and it's a day to honor the men and women who've made the ultimate sacrifice for the U.S.
We're out live at Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens. Mike Dunn, Maryland Transportation Authority Police retired senior officer and USO volunteer, is there and joining us live. Good morning, Mike. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So tell us about what you did to help dignified transfers return home. What is that all about, and what's happening today?
Today, Delaney is recognizing the BWI airport family. We have a program that whether it's an inbound flight an outbound flight or even a connecting flight involving military, that we do a ceremony when they are taken from the plane or placed back onto the plane for their final journey home.
All right.
And so you have volunteers that will actually show up just to show the family that you're honoring them, honoring the body, or those that are traveling.
Yes, friends of mine who play bagpipes, when they're available, they will come. The Maryland Patriot Guard Riders will come, and other volunteers that work in different capacities at the airport will come out onto the tarmac to honor and pay respects to the fallen.
And Mike, how long has this been going on? How long have people been doing this?
We started 9 years ago. It was in 2014 when they asked me to put a program together. And up to date, we have done 191 dignified transfers at BWI Airport.
Mike, it's something that people don't see, so it's behind the scenes. So thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. Also, another thing is, if there's somebody that's watching right now, one of our viewers that would like to help out, volunteer their time, what do they do? How do they get in touch with you?
It's best that they go through the USO. They are always looking for volunteers to help. Some of the public does see the transfer ceremony if they are flying. With all the windows in the terminal, the airlines try to set up the gate where there is windows and the general public can watch and actually take part by either placing their hand over their heart, or if they are veterans, they will honor a hand salute.
What a pretty special way to honor those military. Thank you so much for joining us, Mike. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, this week, budget hearings will take place in City Hall. Coming up, what is the hot topic of conversation and when they need to get everything sorted out by?
And there is now a tentative deal on the debt ceiling nationwide, but until it's finalized, we are taking a look at the economic impacts that it's causing and what it means for you.
Mild start to your Memorial Day. Weather Authority team tracking the rain that could impact you this afternoon. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local all morning. 540, President Joe Biden, congressional leaders reaching a tentative deal to raise the debt ceiling over the weekend.
But until it's finalized, Megan Gillen, who's at our live center, has more on the toll this is taking on the economy. Megan.
That's right, guys. Taking you live to New York City here this morning. We know Wall Street is closed today for the Memorial Day holiday. So we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to see how the markets respond to the deal on the debt ceiling, this tentative deal. Plans right now are for the House to vote on Wednesday. That would give the Senate 5 days to review and vote before the new June 5th deadline. The other major economic news, guys, this week, we are expecting to get numbers on consumer confidence. That is expected to come in tomorrow. Then Wednesday and Friday, it is all about the jobs and the direction of the labor market. It is expected to show the number of open jobs in America declined again last month. Wage growth slowing slightly and the unemployment rate ticking just a little higher. We're going to be watching for specifics as each report drops this week. Look for updates right here from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. The Orioles holding on strong to their winning record. Coming up after the break, the latest tough win.
This holiday weekend, travel is not yet over for many. Coming up, what you need to know before taking to the roads today. 541, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.544, topping your Sports Unlimited news this Wednesday or Monday morning. When it comes to baseball's regular season champs, Maryland has done that 6 times. But when it comes to winning the conference tournament, it's been more of a dream for the Terps. That's until yesterday when it became a reality. Now, Maryland took on Iowa in the Big Ten Baseball Tournament Championship. The Terps fought off the Hawkeyes, shutting them out 4-0, earning themselves the tournament title in the tackle. When it comes to lacrosse, Salisbury's men's team capped off a 31-1 season with Division III National Championship. Bryce Bromell with 4 goals in the 17-12 win over the Tufts, which is the 13th time in program history.
On the left there, we are taking you live to Camden Yards this morning, where the Orioles finally took their City Connect uniforms to the bases. The debut was Friday. They came out again on Saturday. Then Sunday, the O's played their final series game against the Texas Rangers. After a nail-biter kind of game, the O's worked for it, and they came out on top with a 3-2 score. That win kept the Birds from being swept in the three-game series with the Rangers.
I love the fact that we don't feel like we're ever out of a game when we're down, and that the next day is you can't really tell if we won or lost in our clubhouse. And I think that's a great attribute. I think that for the guys that have been here through some tough years, I think they're really excited to play, and they've come back from losses before, and they're just got a great way about them. Yeah, just like the makeup of our club.
Well, today the O's will be hosting the Guardians just after 1:05 right here in Camden Yards. I want to take a look at where the O's line up in the American League East stands.
So the Tampa Bay Rays are still the ones to beat. They're in the top spot. The Orioles are 4 games back. Then 3 more from that, you find the Yankees. The Red Sox trailing 9.5 behind that. And the Blue Jays remain at the bottom. No team in the East, though, has a losing record.
On bottom line, we're still the second best team in baseball.
Right.
In all of Major League Baseball. And the Rangers are good. They're #1 in their division. I know we got kind of smoked on Friday. That was a little tough. But Saturday we tried to battle back, and then we got the win yesterday. The Guardians, they have a losing record, but you can never take that, for.
That's why they go at it 160 times a season.
162?
Yeah.
162, yeah. And so, for your O's cast today, Tyler Wells on the mound, a 105 first pitch, as Tom mentioned. And we're going to see temps in the upper 70s and even some lower 80s later into the afternoon. Now, we do have that potential of seeing at least a few showers. I'm not expecting a rain out, maybe some delays here and there. Depends on how everything sets up with Mother Nature, whether or not Mother Nature wants to watch some baseball or not. Here's a look at our HD radar. Right now, we're seeing some showers from Easton, just south of Annapolis, and that is moving toward D.C. In fact, we've seen a pretty decent amount of rain that's been kind of right along this line for the district and back into areas just south of Bowie and also south of Selby on the Bay. So again, this is not moving really into the Annapolis area right now. This is all part of that large area of low pressure. It's called a surface low here, and the upper level low is helping this thing out as well. That's bringing the showers to the Carolinas and areas in southern Virginia right now. As we take a look at our hour-by-hour hourly future scan, this is 9 o'clock this morning. Notice we keep the clouds around, but the rain maybe toward Gaithersburg, a couple of showers there. Then the middle of the day looks okay, right about 3 p.m. That's going to be our best chance to see some of those showers. That's why that game, probably want to bring your O's poncho just in case. Temperatures are going to be fine, but it does move out of here by about 5, 6, 7 o'clock. And even as we head into the late night or the evening tonight, that rain is pretty much moving on. Here's a look at our rise and shine cast. Temps are mild. We're seeing 60s hanging with us for the next couple of hours. Even if you're hanging out at Fells this morning, we're talking about 66. By noon today, those temps in the mid to upper 70s is where we're going to be. And a lot of us topping out close to that 80-degree mark, which is just slightly above average for late May. Remember, June is around the corner, and we're going to start heating up. We'll show you that 7-day in a second, but upper 70s and lower 80s across most of central Maryland for your highs today. And up and down the 95 corridor, Philly, Baltimore, down through D.C., we're talking 70s and 80s, mid-60s there down the ocean as a lot of folks can be coming back from that big, long holiday weekend. Now, here's our temperature tracker. Look at that number. You can see 85 Thursday, 91 Friday. So it spikes in the above-average category. Really going to start heating up as we head a little bit closer to the weekend. 7-day forecast. After today's chance for rain, we'll keep a few showers possible tomorrow morning, but it's looking less and less likely that we actually get rain. So we do have a pretty dry week ahead, especially with the heat coming as we approach the first weekend of June. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras showing you around the Baltimore region, wide open roadways, no issues slowing you down at 549.
Taking you live to the Bay Bridge, where today is expected to be the busiest travel day of the holiday weekend. The Maryland Transportation Authority is saying that the best time to drive home is right now before 8 a.m. or wait until way later this afternoon until after 10 p.m. in fact. Remember, drive the speed limit, be patient.
You can scan the QR code right there on your screen to show us how you're celebrating this weekend, Miss Memorial Day weekend, and how your travel is going. We want to see your pictures and videos. You can also head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in and submit them there.
Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars is an instant hit, and you can watch it Wednesdays at 9 right here on Fox 45. We are giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams. Head to foxbaltimore.com/contest. Tell us about your dream to open a new food service business or maybe fund a current one. The winner will have the opportunity to appear on Fox 45 Morning News to promote the business. So get your business plan together and watch Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars Wednesdays at 9 on Fox 45.
Retail crime, something businesses all across the United States can relate to. Coming up, how much of a toll it really is taking on the stores this year.
Baltimore is now enforcing its curfew, but is it really doing anything to stop juvenile crime just yet? That and more tops our next half hour. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. .54, after a months-long stalemate, House Republicans and the White House reached an agreement on the debt ceiling. President Biden addressing the tentative deal.
We've got good news. Just spoke with Speaker McCarthy, and we've reached a bipartisan budget agreement that we're ready to move to the full Congress.
Well, the government is officially just days away from defaulting on this debt, a move that many economists said there would have been catastrophic consequences on the U.S. and global economies. The bill text, though, was released last night. Here's what we know about the deal. It will increase the debt limit for 2 years, cap non-defense spending in 2024 and 2025, protect veterans' medical care, and expand work requirements for some adults receiving food stamps. Congress must address the debt ceiling by June 5th, or experts say the U.S. will not have enough funds to pay its obligations in full and on time.
This morning, we are getting a better idea of how much retail crime is costing businesses.
The National Desk, Christine Frizzell, takes a closer look and shares what industry leaders are calling on Congress to do about it.
City by city,
Where you going, guys?
block by block, retail crime is taking a toll. The largest Whole Foods in San Francisco now closed.
Store managers tell us they're temporarily closing the mid-market location to ensure the safety of their team members.
That same city block has seen similar announcements from stores like Nordstrom and now Old Navy's flagship, the National Retail Federation, sounding alarm bells.
It's grown dramatically in the last 3 years. It is hurting these cities. It is hurting urban areas, employees, team members.
Last year, what's called shrink, the loss of inventory due to factors like theft, cost stores $100 billion in this country, much of it due to what's known as organized retail crime.
These are criminal networks that operate together, seeking profit through stealing or fraudulently obtaining merchandise from these retail stores.
Local police departments releasing videos like this to try to curb the problem and catch the suspects. In New York City, where retail theft has increased 77% over the last 5 years, Mayor Eric Adams unveiled a plan to better identify and track repeat offenders, but also to install so-called social service kiosks inside stores to help those dealing with substance abuse or mental illness.
You have people that come into stores, clearly can't take care of themselves, going into the stores repeatedly, stealing items, and they're dealing with real mental health issues.
It's a plan that's been met with criticism by those who say the loosening of tougher penalties for crimes in cities like Seattle, Portland, and Baltimore has been the key factor in higher crime. The National Retail Federation and others are pushing Congress to pass new laws, including the Inform Act, which would require online retailers to disclose where the goods they're selling actually came from, as well as the Organized Retail Crime Act, which would better help law enforcement agencies share their resources. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
2 Lululemon employees are out of a job after confronting a group of thieves at their Atlanta store. One of those employees recorded the theft, and in the video, you see 3 masked individuals come into the store. The masked men eventually ran away as the Lululemon employees also exit the store to continue filming. Now, Lululemon denies that the 2 women were fired for calling the police, but following the suspects may have played a part. The Lululemon employee handbook says the company has a zero-tolerance policy for chasing or physically engaging with a suspect during a robbery.
The American job place continues to change, with immigrants as a greater percentage working more than ever. New government data finds 1 in 5 workers were born outside the U.S. to parents who are not U.S. citizens. The share of immigrants in the U.S. workforce hit new highs in 2022 at about 18%. Numbers include undocumented and legally admitted immigrants, refugees, and temporary residents. Workers tend to be in the service, construction, maintenance, and transportation industries. Now, this comes as baby boomers retire and birth rates decline. In 2022, the immigrants' workforce in the U.S. had a 3.4 unemployment percentage rate. It's just a tad bit lower than the unemployment rate for those born in the U.S. A tight labor market is creating more demand for workers. One age group is helping to fill those jobs. Teens are on the hunt for jobs, and companies want them as well. Government data showing about 34% of American teens between the ages of 16 and 19 had jobs in April. That's up from 30% in 2019. Hourly pay is also up for teens. Now, as wages in some industries, such as restaurants and retail, rose about 5% in April.
We're coming out of the first weekend of the city's youth curfew. Just ahead, we're going to talk about how it's going and why some are still skeptical.
A big discussion on the budget for the Department of Public Works set to begin this week. Just ahead, the concerns about where that money could be going. And a live look this Memorial Day from Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens as we honor the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country.
Tracking mild temperatures right now and some rain showers later today as well. All of that in our full weather authority forecast coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Memorial Day, Monday, May 29th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us now with the forecast. I mean, a lot of people look at it definitely honoring our veterans and those who have served and sacrificed, but others are saying, hey, this is the beginning of summer.
Absolutely, and temperatures mild right now, guys. We didn't get much rain yesterday at all, and going to get at least some showers that are rolling in. Some of us already seeing some rain, not really here in Baltimore, but at least in the region out toward the eastern shore and down to D.C. This is York Road, and you can see our Towson cam looking very nice. Not a lot of people up, so that is good if you want to get out there this morning. You won't have a lot of company on the roadways on this holiday. Upper 50s, Owens Mills, Cockeysville, down to Towson. We're at 65 of Baltimore City. Same number for you in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Those numbers definitely mild. Now, here's where some of the rain is. We've been tracking this line of showers that moved out of Easton, right across just south of Annapolis, trying to creep a little bit closer to parts of Anne Arundel County, but we've definitely seen that rain that's been in D.C. for most of the morning. Here's a look at our temperatures, and they're going to continue to climb in the 60s through the course of the morning, upper 70s through midday, and on our way to the lower 80s for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and looking across the Beltway, a couple of cameras that we have here. 6:01 on a Monday morning. No issues this Memorial Day on any of the roadways. A little bit of rain in Ocean City, so if you're leaving there heading back, you'll have rain, but then you have dry roads around the Baltimore region.
I really have high hopes that it will work.
It's unbelievably poorly thought out. We are still addressing this as if we live in some type of utopia where our children are going home to hot meals, a sober mom, a sober dad, a functioning household.
The first weekend of curfew enforcement for young people in Baltimore has come to an end, and it is getting mixed reviews.
Yeah, the enforcement is part of Mayor Brandon Scott's strategy to keep our children engaged and away from danger this summer. So far, we have not seen much action at the city's outreach centers, and we have seen more examples of juvenile crime.
Now, Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Fells Point with a look at how the plan is going so far and why some think that it just can't work. Shannon.
Yeah, so the city, Patrice and Tom, has identified several locations where young people tend to gather, one of them being right here in Fells Point. And so right here, as well as in the Inner Harbor and Federal Hill, they say they plan to have more officers and social workers ready to engage with these youth. But so far, what we've seen from the first weekend of this plan, as you mentioned, are empty youth connection centers during hours prone to violence and continued juvenile crime around the city during curfew hours. In fact, on Friday night, there was a possible carjacking. Take a listen.
Suspects, 2 1 males wearing all black clothing between the age of 16 to 17.
Robbery involving a group of individuals, juvenile males.
Another incident you just heard there was from Saturday. Now remember, though, how the plan will work. Youth will be asked to leave on their own if they're spotted out past curfew hours, or they'll be taken by bus to a youth connection center where the city will supply food and games. But the youth can simply refuse to go. Well, we spoke with community activist Kenji Scott, and he says the connection centers just don't focus on the root problem of juvenile violence. Meanwhile, on Saturday, we pressed Mayor Brandon Scott about the first day of his plan and how he thought it was going.
We didn't have any major incidents with our young people. We know people got the message.
It shouldn't be called a curfew. It shouldn't be called nothing. What's the real purpose of a curfew if it's not enforceable, if it's not punitive?
Meanwhile, Baltimore police are not saying if those suspects involved in that possible carjacking are juveniles or even if any arrests have been made. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
10 young lives have already been lost in Baltimore this year. This is a look at just some of the victims.
The youngest, 12 years old. Others were shot and killed right near their schools. Nearly 40 other young people have survived shootings this year.
A community activist who's worked with Baltimore City children and families for years says given the amount of juvenile violence that we've seen this year, the city's summer plan just doesn't meet the urgency of the problem.
That shows our young people that they aren't important enough for us to value a tactical plan, a strategic plan under a state of an emergency. This is something in 2013, when the mayor was standing by my side with the 300 Men March movement, we were pushing for city government to do then. So I don't understand now, with Brandon Scott being in power, having the authority, why aren't we considering this a state of an emergency?
Now, we want to hear from you. Are you confident in the plan for Mayor Scott to address youth crime this summer? As you see there on the bottom right, so far 96% of the voters have responded no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Elsewhere in the city in crisis this week, City Council will begin budget hearings with the city's final budget due June 26th. Over the next several days, council members will be hearing from city agencies about their budgetary needs. Now, Baltimore City has less money at its disposal than it originally thought. It has to pay $67 million more than planned for in the blueprint for Maryland's future, the Kerwin plan. Mayor plans to pull that money from the city's surplus.
It was a gut punch. What we've been discussing with them and what we've heard is a open and willingness to look at how we can look at the formula. It's not what the governor or anyone expected us to be having at this point.
Well, the most high-profile hearing this week is expected to be for the Department of Public Works. The mayor's budget proposal includes funding for 10 new solid waste crews with the goal of getting people hired and working by January. The budget also requests a nearly 40% increase for upper-level management, some of whom already bring home six figures. The overall waste removal and recycling budget is only requesting a 7% increase, even as the city has been struggling to collect recycling on a weekly basis. Councilman Yitzi Slifer says the money is being misplaced.
Instead of seeing the DPW executives' salaries ballooning, what I'd like to see is that same 40% increase go to the workers at DPW, the ones who are actually doing the work.
The councilman argues the mayor's $10,000 recruitment and retention bonus isn't enough to encourage overworked and underpaid city employees to stay. The councilman also raising alarm bells over the mayor's Clean Core program, which would give $15 million to city nonprofits to clean up neighborhoods, saying that money should instead go to DPW itself.
The City Council will have the chance to add or cut money from the budget this year because of a charter amendment voters approved in 2020. Now, Fox 45 News will be following that process closely.
Happening today, Congressman Kwesi Mfume is set to present $3 million in congressional funding to the Maryland Center for Veterans Education and Training, also known as MCVET. The nonprofit gives homeless veterans and other veterans services to help them rejoin their communities. That is expected to begin this morning at 10. This morning, we are hearing from city leaders about the latest on the curfew, why some say the outcome could impact the next election for Mayor Scott.
And we have a live look right now from the Bay Bridge as some travelers prepare to head home after the holiday weekend. The big travel numbers we should be seeing later this morning.
Right now, tracking a few rain showers just south of the Bay Bridge, but creeping a little bit closer to Annapolis and Bowie at this time. We'll track if that rain is going to impact your outdoor plans today and into the rest of this week on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:10, millions of travelers across the country are expected to make their way back home today after the long holiday weekend.
And Megan Gone is at our live center now tracking the numbers.
Taking you back live, guys, to the Bay Bridge. Things are picking up. I mean, before we had no traffic, so now you can count the cars out there. Not terrible, but it's later today that we're really expecting things to be busy for that return home here. We know it's been a busy weekend. Right now, we're still waiting on an update from TSA on Friday's travel numbers. But what we can tell you, we do know Thursday, airport security checkpoints, they screened almost 2.69 million passengers. That is the most since 2019. FlightAware actually saying that more than 6,200 flights were delayed Friday, with Southwest, United, and Delta seeing the most. Another 200 flights were canceled. Let's go ahead and take you live to Atlanta Airport here this morning, where we've been watching this. It seems pretty smooth out there. No major issues. We know FlightAware, meantime, taking a look at this, they're not reporting too many issues here. We're looking at 263 in and out of the United States of delays, 42 total cancellations in the U.S. Things could get a little bumpy, though, later, guys, depending on where you are and where you're headed later today. The National Weather Service forecasting a slight risk for scattered showers and thunderstorms here this afternoon for the areas that you see right there, shaded in green on that map. If you are driving, meantime, gas prices, they're still high. I'm sure you're seeing it. $3.57 a gallon on average nationwide. That's about a nickel below this time last month and $1 below this time last year. So comparatively, not too bad. That's the latest from our live center.
Rural areas experience higher rates of suicide and drug overdose death compared to urban ones. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington. I'll tell you about a new push to get more mental health care in rural America next.
A breakthrough in skin cancer still ahead. The vaccine in the works to stop melanoma before it starts. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Health headlines. Rural areas experience higher rates of suicide and drug overdose death compared to urban ones.
A lack of mental health care is a key reason. National correspondent Janae Bowens shows us a new report about how to get rural America the medical resources they need.
Good morning, everyone.
Antron Williams is a first-generation farmer in rural Orangeburg County, South Carolina.
Mental health is a big thing. It's one of those, illnesses that we can't see.
He enjoys the country life, but admits there are some major issues, especially when it comes to mental health care.
Access in rural areas is always more of a challenge than in more urban centers.
In fact, a new report from the Bipartisan Policy Center shows more than 60% of non-metropolitan counties lack a psychiatrist, and almost half do not have a psychologist. And those areas experience higher rates of suicide and drug overdose death compared to urban areas.
They're often presenting at their primary care clinician with behavioral health issues.
Kendall Strong is one of the authors of the report that pushes for integrating primary care services and treatment for mental health and substance use conditions in rural areas.
Either providing them more training or giving them access to additional behavioral health care providers they can talk to about their patient needs and about the drugs that are able to be prescribed for opioid use disorders, such as buprenorphine, are really important things to do. And allowing them to be able to bill.
The report calls on Congress to incentivize behavioral health providers to practice in rural areas with bonuses and tax credits. With limited resources in areas like his, Antron thinks it's a great idea.
It could be more like a one-stop shop, or as we say, in the country, you can kill two birds with one stone.
And hopefully saves lives. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
It is 6:17 now. We need to get another check of our forecast.
Yes, and rain is needed, but will we get it? Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
I know a lot of folks are talking about that. We've been so dry.
You don't need it today, though.
I know.
Too much going on.
A lot of stuff going on. You're exactly right. But we're getting some, at least for some of us, not necessarily here in Baltimore City. Right now, looking out over the Inner Harbor, you can see Fed Hill with the flag flying proudly there. We've had our American flag up all weekend. I know a lot of folks have their flags up every day, which is great. But overall, we are going to see some of those showers start to creep a little bit closer to us through the afternoon. Now, right now, we're at 65. Our temperatures have been mild this morning, even warm. You can see those numbers on the right side of your screen. Most of you waking up in the 60s in this hour. And you can see our HD radar. This is what I was talking about. Some of you on the eastern shore have seen a few of those showers starting to taper off a little bit from Easton out through Denton. Now just to the south of Annapolis. Zoom in a little bit closer here and show you can see just around the southern end of Anne Arundel County. So just south of the Bay Bridge is where some of those showers are hanging out. But D.C. has seen a good amount of rain this morning. That's sliding a little bit further to the north up towards Silver Spring, and just to the south of Bowie, you're seeing also some moderate rain at this time. But overall, it's all part of this larger area of low pressure, which is kind of sitting right around areas near Roanoke. And this is what brought a lot of rain to the Carolinas for the weekend. We're kind of on the top edge of that. It's that counterclockwise flow. So we're going to see those showers that will continue to move into our area as we head into the later part of the day. This is our hourly future scan. So this model updates every hour. We always give you the latest info here. Notice through 9 a.m., some of you seeing some sunshine, a lot of us seeing that cloud cover, taking you through midday today. Really not much, but the rain starts to develop after about 2, 3 o'clock. You see a few more of those green areas there. That's an indication of some of that rain that's going to be rolling through. But we're not tracking a lot of that. And even by about 9, 10 o'clock tonight, that rain is pretty much gone. And overall, we are going to be drier later this week. Our Rise and Shine cast next few hours, mid to upper 60s. So we're keeping those mild conditions around. And if you do want to jump in the pool today, your splash cast, remember that UV index in the high category, lower 70s through 10 a.m. And again, you'll have to dodge a couple of showers always when there are any kind of thunderstorms around. When thunder roars, head indoors. We're not expecting a lot of that today, but as we get into the summertime, you got to think about afternoon thunderstorms that could always pop up. Upper 70s and lower 80s across most of Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Eastern Shore mainly in the mid 70s for Chestertown down through Rock Hall and New Chester as well. Even Easton about 74 for your high this afternoon. Now here's a look at your grill cast, and I can smell some stuff already getting going as we are in our Memorial Day today and may have some live grilling on TV here in just a little while. But we'll keep those temperatures in the 70s. Again, just have to dodge a few rain showers throughout the later part of the day today. 77 tomorrow, close to 80 on Wednesday, and then look at that, 80s and lower 90s as we get into Thursday and Friday. And guys, June 1st, Thursday, is meteorological summer.
Woohoo!
I'm excited for that. All right, looking at our roadways this morning in our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, excited about this too. Looking out over the Loch Raven Boulevard area this morning, and not a lot of folks up and out on the roads this morning. Still enjoying this day off for a lot of people. So you're in the clear if you need to get out on the road. Smooth sailing for you. Well, it's a big week in the economy, from the debt ceiling to the latest jobs report. Just ahead, the impacts we could see on the economy.
Can technology be racist? Next, Consumer Reports investigates the discrimination that may be found in different aspects of the tech world. 6:21, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .24 on this Memorial Day, and technology is meant to improve our lives, but that doesn't always happen.
As the new Consumer Reports investigation reveals, some of the things that power our lives each day can contain hidden biases that result in unfair practices toward communities of color. For decades, people of color were kept out of home ownership, a practice called redlining. Though this practice is now illegal, the results have not changed.
The information used in redlining has largely been fed into new algorithms that are essentially doing the same kind of thing without the racist overtones.
A new Consumer Reports documentary series called Bad Input sheds light on the ways in which technology is failing in home lending, medicine, facial recognition, and security, which raises the question, can technology be racist?
The answer is yes. If tech is fed bad information, it will continue to give us bad outputs.
During the pandemic, pulse oximeters helped save lives, but a study done by experts at the University of Michigan showed that the technology was not as accurate for Black patients as it was for white patients.
People of color were presenting and getting wrong readings. It delayed the care that they were able to receive, and could really have some dire consequences. If you're showing up and your blood oxygen level is incorrect.
You may not notice it, but facial recognition technology can be found everywhere, on your phone, at the self-checkout at a store, or standing in line at an event and security is scanning.
We've seen cases across the country of people being misidentified and facing criminal charges.
To learn more about discriminatory technology and to watch CR's 3-part documentary series, Bad Input, visit badinput.org. Well, some ways to use technology responsibly include limiting the following activities: posting pictures of yourself or your family on social media, joining a public Wi-Fi network, or signing up for something where you have to enter your personal information.
Today, we honor and remember the service members who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Just ahead, we take you live to Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens as a Patriot writer shares his personal story.
Continuing coverage on the first weekend of the city's youth curfew. Just ahead, how the success of the plan could impact the future of the city. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. Coming up on 6:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to bring in our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, looking at a Memorial Day forecast for us.
Yeah, good morning, guys, and good morning to all of you. Appreciate you being here with us live and local all the way through 10 o'clock this morning, making us a part of your morning routine, even on a holiday. As we look outside right now, overall, not too bad. A few clouds are starting to move in. It can definitely feel and even smell that rain that is out there, even though it's not raining in Baltimore right now. But we are seeing some rain just to the south of us, so right around parts of Anne Arundel County over toward the D.C. area. area. More of that rain continuing to move toward the west. So ahoy, boaters and watermen, your captain's cast. Low tide 9:19 this morning, back at the high tide at 2:44 this afternoon. We'll see temps in the upper 60s and mid to upper 70s. East wind about 5 to 10 knots, and those waves about a foot or less. But we do have a small craft advisory that goes into effect tonight, and that's going to be through tomorrow as the waters get a little choppier and that wind picks up as well. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about what we can expect for that rain and how it could impact your afternoon plans later today. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your lens solar traffic network, and looking out at the Bay Bridge as it's wide open. No issues to report going across. In fact, there's hardly any travelers out on the roads throughout the Baltimore region right now. The only incident that we have is 97 northbound, and that is right at Dorsey Road. There's an incident there, but it's not causing any delays. This morning, we are continuing coverage on citywide curfew enforcement for a city in crisis.
In our last half hour, we discussed how many are skeptical about the mayor's plan, as he thinks this is a way to keep kids engaged and away from danger this summer.
Now, city council members are also feeling skepticism, saying that they are not sure it will keep the children off the streets, especially because they can't be forced to go to the outreach centers.
This is not a tool that's going to go against the young folks who are intentionally creating unproductive activity at night. So I mean, I think we just have to accept that and literally move on.
And I want this to work, but I still see these young people not obeying. I don't hear the young people saying, I want to go to the rec. They're not excited about going to the rec centers.
Well, this morning, more community leaders are weighing in on the plan.
Yeah, Shannon Lill is joining us live this morning with their take on this curfew. Shannon?
Yeah, we're now going on 4 days into this plan, Tom and Patrice. And according to the mayor, it's been so far so good. But we also spoke with Giovanni Patterson, who is with the community group Peace. He says just the opposite, that we have continued to see young people acting out, and that the way the city is trying to correct that sends the wrong message.
And now we're saying, hey, we're going to give you pool parties. We're going to give you, basketball games every night. I think we're going about this the wrong way. Instead of rewarding bad behavior, we should be incentivizing good behavior. It seems like we're coddling our kids and saying, hey, we don't want them to interact with the police. And interaction with the police is not always a bad thing.
So he says we need to raise expectations for our kids. And yes, Tom and Patrice, he thinks that we need to get parents and families involved as well.
Shannon, talk about the impact that this plan could have on the mayor's re-election efforts, whether it works or not.
Well, it could have a huge impact, Patrice. In fact, we spoke with political analyst John Deedy about that very thing. And he says if this plan is successful, it could essentially be another thing for the mayor's resume, and it could help him with his reelection. If things don't go well, though, well, then just the opposite. It could present problems for the mayor, because we know people like Sheila Dixon may be running against him. And you'll remember when she was in office, her very last year, murders were down. So that is something that she could argue in her favor. Of course, though, we'll have to watch and see. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to hear from you. Are you confident in the plan from Mayor Scott to address youth crime this summer? As you see on the bottom right there, so far 96% of those who have responded say no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
And remember, the curfew is in place weeknights as well. It applies to anyone under 17 years old. For children younger than 14, the curfew is from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. For 15 and 16-year-old, the curfew starts at 11. You can find everything you need to know about the curfew on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, today is Memorial Day, a day to honor the men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice for us in the U.S.
We are live at Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens. Mark Krause is the Assistant State Captain of the Patriot Guard Riders, joining us this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So tell us about the Patriot Guard Riders. What do you all do?
Well, we're an organization that goes to military funerals. We honor veterans, military service members, and first responders at funerals and funeral services. We go to events like this, Memorial Day services. I know you had Mike Dunn on from USO last hour, and we work with Mike to do the dignified transfers at BWI Airport, and basically anything that involves honoring the service of military veterans.
Mark, I know that you do this throughout the entire year. Today, we're kind of trying to shine a little bit of light on you and the people that actually join you for doing this. How long have you actually been doing this?
I've been involved in the Patriot Guard Riders since 2006. The Patriot Guard Riders came to my nephew's funeral in 2006 in Westminster, and I joined them at that time, and I've been involved in that since. And the Patriot Guard Riders have been coming to this event since 2009 was the first year that we were invited to come, and we've been here ever since.
And talk about what specifically happens today.
Well, we form a flag line, as we do in all our events honoring either at the cemetery or the funeral home, or here we'll do it today, where each of our members will hold an 8-foot, a 3x5 flag on an 8-foot pole, and as participate in part of the ceremony when they render honors and that sort of thing.
All right. Well, Mark, thank you so much. I know that's meaningful for the families that you all are honoring and remembering.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you.
Right now, the search is on for a shooter in Washington, D.C. after a person is killed on a metro train.
A scary moment at the Indy 500. Coming up, how the driver is doing this morning after a crash and who ended up pouring milk on their heads as the champion.
We're staying cloudy. We could see some rain today. Many of you along the eastern shore and south of Baltimore are getting rain right now. Just ahead, we take a look at how it could impact your grilling plans. 6:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Weekend flooding kept folks busy in Hereford, Texas after 7 inches of rain fell in less than 2 hours Friday. A flood warning was issued for the Texas Panhandle and East New Mexico. More rain was expected Sunday night. And how's this for cute? This eastern gray squirrel poses for its close-up and some vittles in Cullman, Alabama.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
6:40 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast. This is what we've been tracking with our HD radar. Just a few of those light showers that were over the eastern shore. Now trying to creep a little bit closer to Annapolis, but really over the D.C. area and out through Gaithersburg. And you can see that general direction of this rain, how it's been moving kind of from east to west. That's what we'll see as we head later into the day, potentially sneaking a little further to the north and into our area by the time we head toward the afternoon. So there is enough of the sun that is poking through the clouds right now that you'll still need the sunglasses. No need for a jacket, but have the umbrella handy in case you encounter some showers later this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast and talk about the drier and hotter week that we have ahead coming up in a few.
Well, President Joe Biden, congressional leaders reaching a tentative deal to raise the debt ceiling over the weekend.
But until it's finalized, we've got Megan Gillen at our live center with the toll it's taking on the economy. Megan.
That's right, guys. Taking you live to New York City here this morning. We know Wall Street is closed today for the Memorial Day holiday. So we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to see how markets are responding to this tentative deal on the debt ceiling. Plans right now are for the House to vote on Wednesday. That would give the Senate 5 days to review and vote before the new June 5th deadline. The other major economic news out this week, guys, we are expecting to get numbers on consumer confidence. We are expecting that tomorrow. Then Wednesday and Friday, it is all about the jobs here and the direction of the labor market. It is expected to show the number of open jobs in America declined again last month. Wage growth slowing slightly and the unemployment rate ticking just a little higher. We're going to be watching for all the specifics here as each report drops this week. You can look for updates right here from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News as we look more into the tentative deal to raise the debt ceiling ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, how the deal could impact the deficit in spending.
And the first weekend with the curfew in Baltimore comes to a close. Still ahead, the issues that came up and what the mayor is saying about the plan so far. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:45 in your morning rush. Police are investigating multiple shootings, including a murder happening over the weekend.
Now, they say a 38-year-old man was shot and killed right near Clifton Park just before 7:30 Saturday night along Hartford Road near the Alameda. Yesterday, another man was hurt in a shooting along South Monroe Street in South Baltimore. Police say he is in critical condition.
Then just a few hours later, a man was shot in Northeast Baltimore along Woodbine Avenue. He was taken to the hospital for treatment. We have no information on any suspects. Anyone who knows about any of the shootings is asked to contact police.
We are now going on 4 days in the city's youth curfew, but skepticism over the plan remains.
Shannon Lilly joins us live. Shannon, how has the curfew been going so far?
Well, it depends on who you ask, Patrice. The mayor says it's been so far so good, but according to what we saw, those youth connection centers were empty after curfew hours. Meanwhile, juvenile crimes just continue during those same hours. And so one community activist argues that those youth connection centers don't get to the core of the problem, which is juvenile crime. And he also argues that a curfew that isn't really enforced isn't really a curfew. And so stay with us. We're going to hear from him in just about 15 minutes. We're also going to hear from the mayor, and I'll have more details about those possible juvenile crimes happening over the weekend. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. 6:46 now. Time to get another look at the forecast on a holiday.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us right now. And yeah, hold on to the umbrellas, right?
Just in case. By the way, today is National Coca-Vin Day. I don't know what that is. I think it's something, well, it's French, but I think it's like something to eat.
Coca-Vin?
Coca-Vin. Oh, somebody said it's a chicken dish. Okay.
Oh, that's coq au vin.
Oh, that one.
Oh.
Is that your French accent?
Yeah, that's what I've been to France.
Wait, you've been to France? No.
Did you guys know that? Yeah. Chicken and wine, right? Coca-Vin.
No.
Okay.
Well,
all right. Good morning to all of you. It's Monday. It's May 29th. This is it. The final Monday of May. June is right over there, just a couple days away. We're talking about meteorological summer, and it's going to heat up once we get a little bit later into the week. We've enjoyed a weekend with temperatures in the 70s. We really didn't have much rain. Today is going to be our best chance to actually see rain, at least here in Baltimore. Some of you have already seen some rain this morning, but our few afternoon showers is what we're talking about with your weather headlines. And temperatures staying near average. Upper 70s is typically where we are. We should be close to about 80 for our high this afternoon. This is where that rain has been, and it's even tapering off before it even makes it to Annapolis. Hanging out with the Hagel family and grandmom yesterday, and they're like, yeah, we just need some rain for our yards. And I was like, well, I'll make some calls. I'll see what I can do. It's funny when you're like family with the guy who's on the weather. Hey, can you make some calls? Yeah, I'll see what I can do. But D.C. definitely getting some of that rain that we've seen this morning. And this is all part of that coastal low that moved on the Carolina coast. The area of low pressure, you can see that thing spinning right there. That's right around Roanoke. So that's a counterclockwise flow, and you can actually see some of those showers on the upper edge of that are moving into our area as we speak. Now, as we take you through your future scan, notice through 9 a.m., some of you in northern Baltimore County, Hartford County, Cecil County, dry, not really seeing much in the way of even cloud cover. The further south you go, that's where we get more of those clouds. And right about 2, 3 o'clock, some of those showers start to roll in. But look at this. This is the latest model run. Keeps Baltimore dry. Right around Columbia and areas to the south is where we could see those showers. And then by about 5, 6 p.m., a couple of more scattered showers. That's about it. That's kind of how it's been. We just got a very dry atmosphere that we have to deal with, and we're tracking at least some of that rain. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. He's very excited about the O's and the Oriole Bird getting the win yesterday afternoon at Camden Yards. Upper 70s and lower 80s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. 80 in Baltimore City, 81 in Philly, mid-70s in D.C. today. Speaking of your O's, here's a look at your O's cast. And the Guardians are in town for a 3-game set. Ladies and gentlemen, your Baltimore Orioles have a winning record in March, April, and May officially. So that is great news. Upper 70s for that first pitch at 105 today. Still in the lower 80s, and again, could track a few showers, and maybe just bring that Orioles pullover or poncho so you'll be good to go if you get a little wet. Or if you're sitting in the bird bath, then it doesn't matter. 77 on Tuesday, then back to about 80 on Wednesday. And notice those temps, guys. Thursday and Friday, we're talking mid to upper 80s and lower 90s by Friday afternoon.
Did you see that? Scary crash, the Indy 500, right towards the end. Driver Kyle Kirkwood crashing his car with just 17 laps to go. You see that slow-mo. Another driver, Felix Rosenquist, ended up hitting the wall, which then caused him to lose control. Kirkwood tried to pass him, but as you just saw right there, ended up clipping him. And then a tire ended up flying out into the parking lot. Didn't hit anyone, but the tire did hit a car. Now, Kirkwood was able to get out of... able to do it on his own, and he is okay. After seeing that video, look at that crash right there. The race was under a red flag for a bit. Yeah, Josef Newgarden, though, ended up pouring milk on his head as the winner of the Indy 500. This marked his first time winning in 11 years he's raced at Indy. Now, after winning, you see him there jumping out of his car, going up into the stands to celebrate that win. Looks like he was looking for somebody or just getting getting pummeled by all the fans.
So why is milk the thing?
Oh, that's the big thing now. You know, the milk industry pays a lot of money so that they dump milk over. They take
For
a
the
sip.
end. Okay.
Just at the end, the winner.
Got it. All right, well, look at how cute this is. Adorable good news to share. You're looking at the newest member of the National Zoo's Great Ape House. This baby gorilla was born early Saturday morning. The zoo says this is the first western lowland gorilla birth they've had in 5 years. That species is critically endangered. The exhibit will be closed until Tuesday so that mom can bond with her infant. Well, Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars is an instant hit, and you can watch it Wednesdays at 9 right here on Fox 45. We are giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams. Head to foxbaltimore.com/contest. Tell us about your dream to open a new food service business or maybe fund a current one. The winner will have the opportunity to appear on Fox 45 Morning News to promote their business. So get your business plan together and watch Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars Wednesdays at 9 on Fox 45.
Make sure you don't spend your entire day lounging at a party. Make sure you get up and get active. Still ahead this morning, the dynamic agility workouts that will get you going.
And get grilling this holiday. The simple steps you need to follow to get the perfect sear.
Anytime is a good time for the perfect cup of coffee.
You don't do that on the grill, though.
No.
I wonder if you could.
Sometimes people will put the coffee rub on the meat.
Oh, that's good. It's time for a coffee break, no matter how you get it in.
6:55. Tonight marks the fourth night of Baltimore's youth curfew, designed to keep children off the streets late at night over the summer months. Mayor Brandon Scott released that strategy to keep kids engaged with activities and away from danger. He calls it the Be More This Summer plan.
If we want them to participate in it, then they have to be involved in the creation of it. The most idiotic thing that we've ever done in my lifetime is plan things for young people without young people being involved.
The mayor says so far in its initial weekend, the plan has been working, but is it sustainable throughout the summer? Political commentator Armstrong Williams is joining us this morning. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Patrice.
So one of the biggest complaints about the plan is that it is voluntary. Kids don't have to move. Police can tell them to vacate, but then that is the end of their interaction with police. So can that kind of strategy work to actually bring down crime?
You know, no disrespect for the mayor, but let me tell you what's idiotic is his plan. If law enforcement comes upon kids 9 or more, you have to call a supervisor, then you have to call backup. You can't put your hands on them. Someone else has to escort them. It cannot be enforced. You cannot. It's crazy. Patrice, I don't mean to just find the mayor's plan laughable, but what has changed? What can you enforce? What can you stop? What can you prevent?
Okay, let me ask you this. The flip side of it, the mayor and others who put the plan together say they don't want these to be constant interactions with police. First of all, police don't have the manpower for it, and the goal isn't to get the kids in trouble and to get them into the system. They just want them to move along off the streets.
Patrice, the goal is to stop crime. The goal is to make our communities safe. The goal is to reduce fear and intimidation by these youth who become bullies, who become emboldened, and who are criminals. The mayor, he's not even handling them with kid gloves. Patrice, there are no gloves in this matter. It is the most idiotic and most asinine thing I've seen from the mayor since his administration. There is no curfew. Anybody in their right mind would find this to be a laughingstock. It is a joke. It's as if the mayor is in another twilight zone, thinking that this is going to do something to change the trajectory of crime and violence in the city of Baltimore. It's not. What it's going to do is embolden these kids anymore, because what they will do, they find the loopholes. They know there's no accountability, there's no responsibility. And guess who's handcuffed in all this? Law enforcement. Law enforcement is handcuffed.
Let me ask you this. Beyond even just the curfew, but the whole summer plan to have the pools open and the midnight basketball and concerts throughout the city, things to give the youth other things to engage in. I spoke with one community activist who said that whole approach to the mayor's summer plan sends the wrong message. He says that we know youth have been involved in bad behavior, so it seems as though we're incentivizing that behavior by now saying, hey, well, we're going to give you a pool party, we're going to give you midnight basketball leagues. Is that on point, or is he missing the point of what the mayor is trying to do?
His entire administration has missed the point. Been there, done that. People want results. People want to feel safe in their city. They want to be able to enjoy the comfort of living crime-free. We know it's not going to be 100% reduced, but this is what you ask yourself: what is the mayor thinking? Has he lost touch with reality? Are the kids advising him? Because certainly adults are not advising him. It seems as though he's got together with all the youth, and the youth were involved in putting this plan together, because no adult and law enforcement in their right mind would have supported a plan like this. Would not only generate any results, but it only emboldened them, and as you said, incentivized them to become even worse in their behavior, not better.
Well, that was what one community activist said, the incentivizing part. And yes, the mayor did say he engaged the youth in coming up with the plan, because if it involves them, they should have some input. All right, Armstrong, we have to leave it there. Thank you.
Well, that much is obvious. Thank you.
Coming out of the first weekend of the city's youth curfew, just ahead, we're going to take a look at exactly how well it's working.
And a live look from the Bay Bridge here this morning as travelers prepare to head home after the long holiday weekend. We are breaking down the big travel numbers coming in right now.
And for those travelers coming back, may see a few showers as we get later into the afternoon here for your Memorial Day. We'll break down how long that rain could stick around right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Taking you live to Washington, D.C. this Memorial Day, where events continue this holiday to pay respect and to honor our nation's fallen heroes. Good morning on this Monday, May 29th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, stepping into over at the desk right now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the weather today.
Yeah, and wet weather for folks in D.C. Most of this morning, some of that rain is moving out of there right now. We haven't seen much in the way of rain here in Baltimore at all.
Good.
You're like, but some
well, for today. I mean, beyond today, we need some water.
We need some of that wet water, yeah, to help with the yards, the garden. You gotta have to do the hand watering today, my friends. Maybe getting a few showers to kind of help out, but right now, looking out over the Inner Harbor, there's Fed Hill with the big American flag right there, looking good on your Memorial Day. Mild Monday morning, and temperatures this afternoon are going to be a little bit warmer than yesterday. We're tracking a few of those afternoon showers. Temps right about average where we typically are this time of year. Statewide, 50s and 60s for Western Maryland across the Chesapeake. You can see those lower 60s for a lot of us here this hour. And as we take you into the afternoon, our numbers are going to be mainly in the upper 70s and lower 80s for your highs on Monday. Back with your full forecast, it includes hotter temperatures as we approach the first weekend of the new month. That's coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Well, taking you to your Len Stoller traffic network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region, you see this. Wide open roadways at 7:02 on this Memorial Day Monday. No issues to report.
I really have high hopes that it will work.
It's unbelievably poorly thought out. We are still addressing this as if we live in some type of utopia, where our children are going home to hot meals, a sober mom, a sober dad, a functioning household.
The first weekend of curfew enforcement for young people in Baltimore has come to an end, and it's getting mixed reviews.
The enforcement is part of Mayor Brandon Scott's strategy to keep children engaged and away from danger this summer. So far, though, we have not seen much action at the city's outreach centers, but we have seen more examples of juvenile crime.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from Fells Point. She's got a look at how the plan is going so far and why some think it won't work. Shannon.
Yeah, so the city has identified several locations, Patrice and Tom, where kids and teens typically gather. One of those areas right here in Fells Point, as well as in the Inner Harbor, Federal Hill. And so these are the areas especially that they plan to have more officers and social workers ready to engage with them. But so far, what we've seen from the first weekend of this plan are empty youth connection centers during hours prone to violence. And we've also seen continued juvenile crime around the city during curfew hours. In fact, on Friday night, there was a possible carjacking. Take a listen.
Suspects, 2 number 1 males wearing all black clothing between the age of 16 to 17.
Robbery involving a group of individuals, juvenile males.
So that other incident you just heard there was from Saturday. But remember how this plan will work. Youth will be asked to leave on their own if they're spotted out past curfew hours or taken by bus to a youth connection center where the city will supply food and games. But the youth can simply just refuse to go. Community activist Kenji Scott says the connection centers don't focus on the root problem of juvenile violence. Meanwhile, on Saturday, we pressed Mayor Brandon Scott about the first day of the plan and how he thought it was going.
We didn't have any major incidents with our young people. We know people got the message.
It shouldn't be called a curfew. It shouldn't be called nothing. What's the real purpose of a curfew if it's not enforceable, if it's not punitive?
Meanwhile, Baltimore police are not saying if those suspects involved in that possible carjacking from Friday are juveniles or if any arrests have been made. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
10 young lives have already been lost in Baltimore this year. This is a look at just some of the victims.
The youngest, 12 years old. Others were shot and killed right near their schools. Nearly 40 other young people have survived shootings this year.
A community activist who has worked with Baltimore City children and families for years says, given the amount of juvenile violence we've seen this year, the city's summer plan doesn't meet the urgency of the problem.
That shows our young people that they aren't important enough for us to value a tactical plan, a strategic plan under a state of an emergency. This is something in 2013, when the mayor was standing by my side with the 300 Men March movement, we were pushing for city government to do then. So I don't understand now, with Brandon Scott being in power, having the authority, why aren't we considering this a state of an emergency?
Now, we want to hear from you. Are you confident in the plan for Mayor Scott to address the youth crime this summer? So far, 96% of voters have responded no. You can weigh in right now by just heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Taking a live look from Capitol Hill, where President Joe Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, they have reached a final agreement on the debt ceiling.
We've got good news. Just spoke with Speaker McCarthy, and we've reached a bipartisan budget agreement that we're ready to move to the full Congress.
We know at any time when you sit and negotiate within two parties that you got to work with both sides of the aisle. So it's not 100% of what everybody wants, but when you look, the country is going to be stronger. This is going to be transformational.
The full text of the 99-page bill has been released. It includes provisions lifting the debt ceiling until 2025, while also imposing spending caps on non-defense discretionary spending. Support from both parties will be needed to secure the bill's passage before the June 5th deadline. That's when the Treasury says it will run out of money to pay the government's bills. Lawmakers not expected to return to work until tomorrow. McCarthy is promising to give them 72 hours to review the measure before voting.
Millions of travelers across the country are expected to make their way back home today after a long holiday weekend.
Megan Gillen is at our live center tracking the numbers.
That's right, guys. We want to take you live here this morning to the Bay Bridge, where this is the time to get out. Things are quiet out there here at 7:07 in the morning. We are expecting things to pick back up later today, though, as many people do return home. We know it's been a busy weekend. Right now, we're still waiting on an update from TSA on Friday's travel numbers, but what we can tell you right now is Thursday's airport security checkpoints screened almost 2.69 million passengers. That is the most since 2019. FlightAware says more than 6,200 flights have been delayed Friday, with Southwest, United, and Delta actually seeing the most. There were another 200 flights that were actually canceled. I want to take you live now to San Francisco Airport. We've been taking a look at a bunch of different airports around the country. Things seem to be quiet out there this morning. No major issues. Things much smoother than what we had seen. Looking at FlightAware, so far so good here as well. Updated numbers saying 525 cancellations today. That's in and out of the United States there. And delays, we're looking at just 315 there. So not too bad here this morning. Excuse me, it's 44 cancellations in and out of the United States there. What we are watching is the weather here this morning. The National Weather Service forecasting a slight risk for scattered showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. This is for areas that are shaded in green on this map right here. Now, if you're driving, we know gas prices are still high. We're looking at $3.57 a gallon on average nationwide. That's about a nickel below this time last month and $1 below this time last year. We are expecting a few scattered showers here closer to home. Live look from Ocean City, Maryland. Kind of interesting conditions out there. Justin, is this rain? Is this mist? What are we seeing right now?
That shot right there, Meg, looks like it's just some low clouds hanging around, because when I look at the radar right here, we're not actually seeing any rain that is actually falling on the radar, but that is kind of left over with all that moisture that we saw over the weekend. And definitely down to the south and to the east is where we saw more of those showers. Right now, the showers in our area on our HD radar, if we can pull that up full screen, please. Take a look at that. Those numbers and the showers that will be with us here are kind of off and on. There they are right there. Thank you. So that is just south of Annapolis, and that's going to be moving over towards Silver Spring. This is where we were looking. In fact, when you zoom in a little bit closer, or zoom out, I should say, coming south of the Bay Bridge, where we're seeing just a few showers in Anne Arundel County. Nothing for us here in Baltimore or areas around central Maryland, with the exception of those showers to the south. Now, as we go into the next couple of hours, we'll see those clouds continue to increase, but numbers in the 60s and 70s here through the course of the morning. So it is mild and kind of muggy out there. As Mr. Bo says, if you are driving, you are good to go. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
And now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Great news on your roadways. Look at this. This is wide open. In fact, sometimes you have to kind of glance at them and say, is that paused? Nope. It's just they are wide open. No issues reported. 710.
Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars is an instant hit, and you can watch it Wednesdays right here on Fox 45 at 9 p.m. We are giving away one lucky entrepreneur. We're giving you a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams. Head to foxbaltimore.com/contest and tell us about your dream to open a new food service business or fund a current one. The winner will have the opportunity to appear on Fox 45 Morning News to promote your business. So get your business plan together and watch Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars Wednesdays at 9 on Fox 45.
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. We are going into day 4 of a citywide curfew enforcement. Why some say the curfew can affect the mayor's re-election next year.
Today, we are honoring the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice for the U.S. Still ahead this morning, how you can pay your respects at the Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens. 7:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Pharmaceutical companies Merck and Moderna claim they have figured out a cancer vaccine and immunotherapy, a combination that's nearly 80% effective in fighting cancer and its reoccurrence. Well, joining us this morning with the importance of regular screenings and details surrounding the experimental skin cancer vaccine, Dr. Rebecca Dodson with Sandra and Malcolm Berman Cancer Institute at GBMC. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Sure. Thank you for joining us here on this Memorial Day. So we're talking about mRNA vaccine, and they're saying it's personalized, but with the combination of immunotherapy called Keytruda. Can you tell us about the effects of this study?
Sure. First, this is a phase 2 clinical trial comparing mRNA vaccine with immunotherapy versus immunotherapy alone in completely resected high-risk melanoma patients. The mRNA vaccine contains up to 34 neoantigens. These are proteins found specifically on the tumor cell surface. And then these proteins are then processed back into mRNA and then coated with nanoparticles. These nanoparticles help the cell take up the antigens. The cell's own machinery then will translate the mRNA and process it into proteins that are sent to the cell surface. This allows for personalized medicine for the person's own immune system to attack the cancer cells. And as you hinted, so far this preliminary research has shown an exciting 44% reduction in the risk of death or recurrence versus immunotherapy alone. This is important as it builds on the success first seen with immunotherapy response rates of 40 to 50%.
And doctor, I mean, I know the study just had 157 people in the study that I've read, though. Does that correlate, though, with going across the mass population for treating melanoma?
It should. It's a 2-to-1 analysis of the combined therapy versus immunotherapy alone. We're only 2 years into the research, but over the next year, there will be more analysis and hopefully publication of these results in a peer-to-peer journal.
And Dr. Dodson, I want to make sure that I say this clearly, though. This vaccine does not prevent somebody from ever getting it. It just is, once you do have it, that's the personalization aspect that you just described.
Correct. It doesn't prevent it.
And so the number one thing I know that you will also agree with is getting your screenings annually and then also sun protection.
Yes, Memorial Day weekend, we stress prevention, SPF of 50 or greater, waterproof, but really reapplying every 2 hours. That's sometimes the hardest thing to do.
It is, and trying to remember that. Dr. Dodson with GBMC oncologist, thank you so much. We appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
7:17 now, and we want to see what it's going to be like. Is it going to be sunny outside? Are we going to enjoy today?
Today is the first day of unofficial start to summer, of Memorial Day. And Justin, you getting warmed up here? Where are you going? Are you going
for the weather, for the grilling? Like, what are you getting? What are you getting geared up?
All of the above. Okay. I smell their grill outside already. I'm very excited about that. We got our 7:30 stretch coming up. It's a Monday. I hope you enjoyed your weekend. Look, we've had temperatures and weekends in the past Memorial Day that have been really hot, and we've got, I think, lucky. Mid to upper 70s, not too bad. I know we had a few clouds around yesterday, and we're seeing a mix of clouds and sun. In fact, from our Towson camera, there's the sun shining through right there. So as you look outside this morning, you'll still need the sunglasses, at least for times, because the rain showers, even though we're seeing a couple of them right now, they're going to be off and on over the next couple of hours. In fact, as we zoom in a little bit closer, just tried to make a run near Annapolis and Selby on the Bay, but overall, a couple of light showers is about it. Most of that rain continuing out towards Silver Spring and Potomac, and all part of this area of low pressure that is really centered near Roanoke. So we're kind of on the top edge of that, a ridge of high pressure sliding in from the north. So that's going to help to kind of keep that more of an easterly flow coming in onshore over the next couple of hours. Now, this is a look at our hourly future scan. Look at this. There's not a lot of rain. We're tracking some later today, and really about 2-3 o'clock is going to be our best chance to get any kind of moisture. Some of you won't see any rain at all. Others will get at least a few light showers here and there, but it's pretty much done by about 5-6 o'clock. So, I mean, getting your grilling on outside, O's game this afternoon, overall, all of that is just going to carry at least a chance for rain, but not anything that's going to be majorly impactful. 67 next hour here at Fells if you're hanging outside, and numbers in the mid to upper 70s as we take you through noon with, again, those temperatures near or slightly above average. Right about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon, upper 70s and lower 80s is where we'll end up. A lot of kids want to get in the pool. Maybe you want to get in the pool too as they open up for Memorial Day weekend. Remember that UV index in the high category. You have to get that sunblock on. Make sure to lather up before you get outside. Upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon, and up and down the 95 corridor, 70s and 80s for D.C. and Baltimore, up into Philadelphia and even to New York, with mid-60s in Ocean City. Speaking of the O's game, here's a look at your O's cast as the Guardians are in town. 3 games set against your Baltimore Orioles with a winning record for another month now, the month of May. Upper 70s and lower 80s. Again, just bring that O's poncho in case you get some of that rain, possibly some delays out there, but overall not looking too bad. Got the win yesterday, so avoided the sweep. I love that. 77 tomorrow, then upper 70s Wednesday. We're drier but hotter this week, and yeah, I used the H word. Thursday and Friday, 85 to 91 for our afternoon high, right as we get into the weekend.
Many people are driving home after a long Memorial Day weekend. Still ahead, the warning the Maryland Transportation Authority is giving drivers.
It's time to fire up the grill, and who better to do it? Coming up after the break, how you can make sure your food is ready to be served to your guests. 7:20 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Obviously outside getting ready to go with Patrice, and we'll find out a little bit about what Fogo de Show is grilling up here in just a little bit. In the meantime, though, I want to give you a look at the Bay Bridge. Maryland Transportation Authority warning today will be a busy one as everyone's heading back from the beach. They're saying the best time to drive home before 8 o'clock this morning, so before 40 minutes. This is what it's looked like all morning long, wide open roads, but they say get out before 8 or wait until 10 tonight. They're also reminding everybody to drive the speed limit and be patient. Just scan the QR code right there on your screen to show us how you're celebrating the holiday weekend, whether it's hanging out on the beach, a backyard barbecue, honoring a veteran, or just enjoying some time at home. We want to see your pictures and videos. You can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in to submit them there. And it will be mostly cloudy today.
Can you hear me?
Oh, wait a second. We're still working on the audio there for Patrice. We'll be checking in with her in just a little bit. But meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know when we dry out. Some of you feeling rain right now. Others haven't seen a drop.
Continuing coverage on the first weekend of the city's youth curfew. Just ahead, how the success of the plan could impact the future of the city.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, we want to take you live to Washington, D.C. this Memorial Day, where events continue this holiday to pay respects to honor our nation's fallen heroes.
Welcome back to all of you on this Monday. It is 7:27. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to bring in our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. He's looking at the forecast for us.
Yeah, but Patrice, you were just outside.
I was.
You opened the door, and now it smells amazing in here because of all the grilling.
I'm not sure what happened, why we weren't able to actually have that segment.
We saw you a couple
You saw
times.
it? Okay, well,
We heard
what
Poppy
I saw out there was amazing. So we're going to go back out there in just a few minutes fill you in.
We'll get it all worked out, and it smells great, and hopefully you are having a great morning as well. It is a weekend, or still potentially a weekend. It's a Monday, no doubt about that, but obviously on this Memorial Day, unofficial start to summer, but honoring all of those lives lost for fighting for our freedom. So our downtown Baltimore shot, you can see that flag that is up on Fed Hill right now. Got a mix of clouds and sun out there. The only rain we've seen has been to the south of Baltimore, and even in Annapolis, you're barely getting any of that rain. So the Bay Bridge right now is dry. Couple of light showers in Centerville on the other side over on the eastern shore. Silver Spring is where most of the rain is right now. So ahoy, boaters and watermen, just know wind out of the east about 5 to 10 knots today. Not much wind. Waves about a foot or less, with low tide at 9:19 and high tide at 2:44 this afternoon. We do have a small craft advisory that starts tonight and takes you into tomorrow. So just be aware of that. Later this afternoon and evening is when the wind is going to pick up. 80 today, 77 tomorrow, but close to 80 on Wednesday. So those numbers staying right near or slightly above average. We've got some heat coming later this upcoming week. We'll take a closer look at just how hot we get coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. 80s and 90s when you're talking about heat coming up, right? Yeah, let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and look at this. All morning long, wide open roadways here. No issues to report at all throughout the Baltimore region. So, yeah, everyone is at home, probably still asleep, apparently. 7:29, and this morning we are continuing coverage on the citywide curfew enforcement for a city in crisis.
In our last half hour, we discussed how many are skeptical about the mayor's plan, as he thinks this is a way to keep kids engaged and away from danger this summer.
City council members, though, also feeling the skepticism, saying that they're not sure if it will keep the kids off the streets, especially because they can't be forced to go to those outreach centers.
This is not a tool that's going to go against the young folks who are intentionally creating unproductive activity at night. So I mean, I think we just have to accept that and literally move on.
And I want this to work, but I still see these young people not obeying. I don't hear the young people saying, I want to go to the rec. They're not excited about going to the rec centers.
This morning, more community leaders are weighing in on the plan.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with their take on this curfew. Shannon?
Yeah, we are now going on 4 days into this plan, Tom and Patrice, and according to the mayor, it's been going so far so good. However, we spoke with Giovanni Patterson, who is with the community group Peace. He says just the opposite, that we continue to see youth acting out, and that the message that the city is sending with the way they're trying to correct that is the wrong one.
And now we're saying, hey, we're going to give you pool parties. We're going to give you, basketball games every night. I think we're going about this the wrong way. Instead of rewarding bad behavior, we should be incentivizing good behavior. It seems like we're coddling our kids and saying, hey, we don't want them to interact with the police. And interaction with the police is not always a bad thing.
So he says we need to raise our expectations for our kids. He also says, Tom and Patrice, that parents need to be more involved as well.
Well, Shannon, speaking about the critics, though, what are they saying how this may impact the plan for the mayor's reelection efforts?
Well, it could have a huge impact, Tom. In fact, we spoke with political analyst John Deedy about that. He says if this program is successful, it could potentially help the mayor. It could be another thing that he adds to his resume, which could help him in his reelection efforts. Of course, if the program is not successful, it could impact him just the opposite way. It could present some problems because we know that people like Sheila Dixon may be running against him. And you'll remember back when she was in office, her very last year in office, murders were actually down. So Deedy says that's something that she could argue in her favor. Of course, we'll have to watch and see how that all plays out. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to hear from you. Are you confident in the plan from Mayor Scott to address the youth crime this summer? So far, 96% of those who have weighed in say no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Now, remember, the curfew is in place on weeknights as well. It applies to anyone under 17 years old. For children younger than 14, the curfew is from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. For 15 and 16-year-olds, the curfew starts at 11. You can find everything you need to know about the curfew on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Today marks Memorial Day. It is a day to honor the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice for the U.S.
And we are out live at Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens. Jack Mitchell, the president of Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens, is joining us this morning. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning.
Jack, can you tell us a little bit about what you have there today for anybody to come by and the ceremony that you have planned?
Yes, we have a ceremony at 10 a.m. today, and we will be acknowledging the servicemen from Maryland who were killed in action in the past year, and actually 3 others who died many years ago in action, but their remains were only able to be identified recently. So there will actually be 2 men who died in the Korean War and 1 at Pearl Harbor, and this is the important holiday to start the summer before we go out and have fun and have a great time at the pool or at the beach. It's important to acknowledge the sacrifice that these men made.
Jack, how many people are you expecting out there today? And is coming out to Delaney Valley the only way to see it, or do you all stream it? Are there other ways to participate?
Well, it is open to the public. We expect over 1,000 people. We usually have about 1,200 in attendance. It will be live streamed, so that will come from our website, the Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens website, and also our Facebook page as well. So anyone can tune in to observe the ceremony.
And you were saying 1,200 people coming out there. What time do you want people to start arriving to be able to find a seat or a location to be able to view it?
Probably be good to get out here about half hour ahead of time, probably about 9:30. We do have plenty of people directing cars, but it is quite a crowd, as it should be.
And Jack, you touched on it earlier, but talk again just about why this is important for you all, why you do it every year, and the importance for all of us to reflect on what this day is really about.
Right. Memorial Day is a little bit different than some other holidays like 4th of July or Veterans Day, because it's really specific to those who not just served but tragically died, laid their lives down. That's what Memorial Day is. So before we do all the fun things that we have the freedom to do, it's important to acknowledge those that laid down their lives so that we could have that freedom.
Absolutely. Great way to say that. Jack, thank you so much. President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy reach a deal on raising the debt ceiling just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour. How this could affect your taxpayer dollars.
Weather-wise, it's looking to be a mild Memorial Day, but are showers on our way? Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if we can expect a rainy kickoff to your summer plans. 7:35, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, my friends, it is now 7:38 on your Monday morning, and this is how it looks on our HD radar. We have been tracking some showers that moved across the eastern shore just south of the Bay Bridge, trying to creep a little closer to Annapolis, but not really seeing much. Over to Mitchellville, Bowie, seeing some few showers. Really, Silver Spring is getting the rain as we speak. Now, as we take you into the next couple of hours, and especially through the afternoon, we have that chance for some more showers rolling through here. But some of you will not see any rain at all today, even though you probably want it for your yards, but maybe not for the grilling. But if you want to get out for a run or a jog, you'll get that sweat on. 60s and 70s next couple of hours. Can already feel that mugginess that is outside right now. We're back in a few minutes with a look at the hot conditions that are on the way coming up a little bit later this week. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Justin. President Joe Biden, congressional leaders reaching a tentative deal to raise the debt ceiling over the weekend.
But until it's finalized, we've got Megan Gilhan at our Live Center talking about the toll it is taking on the economy. Megan.
That's right, guys. We want to take you live to New York City here this morning. We know Wall Street is closed today for the Memorial Day holiday. So what that means is we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to see how the markets respond to that tentative deal on the debt ceiling. Plans right now are for the House to vote on Wednesday. That would give the Senate 5 days to review and vote before that new June 5th deadline, a little extended there. The other major economic news here this week, guys, we are expecting to get numbers on consumer confidence. We are expecting those to come in tomorrow. Then Wednesday and Friday, it is all about the jobs and the direction of the labor market. It is expected to show the number of open jobs in America declined again last month. Wage growth slowing slightly and the unemployment rate ticking just a little higher. We're going to be watching for specifics as each report drops this week. You can look for those updates right here from our Live Center. Patrice?
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis hosting veterans for the Memorial Day weekend. How he welcomed them days after he announced his run for president.
And the Orioles are helping shelter pets find their forever homes. How baseball fans are meeting their new best friends right at the ballpark. 7:40 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, it is Memorial Day weekend. A lot of you are going to be out grilling today. So we brought in the grill masters. No better way to figure out what to do with what you have planned for home than to watch these guys at work. We have Vanderlei from Fogo de Chão here this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Always good to have you all here because you all do an amazing spread with every kind of meat imaginable. And so you know what you're doing on the grill.
Oh, absolutely. We're happy to be here. And again, Memorial Day, anyone can grill, right? Mm-hmm. So we have a few cuts here that we're going to show you.
A few cuts.
Just a few. Anything from our signature Brazilian cuts, the picanha, which is prime part of the sirloin, the one that's like the round circles there.
Okay.
The fraldinha is also another Brazilian cut, the long flat steak. Of course, the cowboy bone-in ribeye, and also our indulgent cuts, the dry-aged tomahawk and the Wagyu ribeye and the New York strip. Look at that marbling on the Wagyu.
On the Wagyu, yes, that is a favorite of a lot of people, I know. But these are all massive cuts of meat.
That's right. We have the smaller version of the picanha as well, for you to do it at home.
Okay.
So this one will be perfect for that. Yeah,
okay, so you already put something on the grill this morning. You got a little something going now, but what do you do to prepare the grill? Like, what do you do to get ready? So if I'm home, I just pull it out of the garage, I'm ready to go. What do I need to do?
So of course, to get that right sear and the right, juicy steak,
yes,
you want to make sure your grill is super hot. You want to get it, you want to, have it time and get it hot for at least 400 degrees, okay? And then you season your steak and then you put it on the grill to get that sear for at least 5 minutes each side of the steak, and then you raise it up to another 15 minutes or so to get it.
So many points you just brought up. You talked about the seasoning. Okay, so we've got the sear. We know how to get the sear, but are you going to show us and talk to us about seasoning throughout the morning? But you all don't do a whole lot. You do a very basic.
So especially on the beef cuts, we use rock salt, sea salt only, to preserve the natural flavor of the meat, right? So the marbling, or whatever, or people call fat, I call flavor, right? So.
All right, so we're going to get a taste of some of that flavor throughout the morning and get some more tips. And of course, they can always just come see you. You guys are open today?
We open today. By the way, we're offering a discount for military and active duty veterans as well, 50% discount today too.
That is awesome. All right, so you can go there. You can try it at home. We're going to have grilling tips for you throughout the morning. Thompson, and back to you.
Thank you, Patrice, and bring some of those, grilling tips back in, at least something we can taste. In fact, meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's antsy. He's walking all around here, getting all excited about, the grilling. And Justin, did they have you going outside at all with
I don't know.
Show?
I think somebody said maybe in the 8 o'clock hour I get to go out there. I'm not sure, but that cowboy cut, man,
yes.
I'm always like, oh man. And I we all grill at home, right? Or a lot of us do. And it's like, how do you get it as good as them? So that's hopefully what we can learn over the next couple of hours. And maybe if you want to get one of those awesome hot dogs, or what, you have a crab cake thing, Meg, the crab hot dog thing?
Yeah, crab mac and cheese hot dog.
You had that at Oriole Park at Camden Yards yesterday.
It's
excellent.
delicious.
All right. So, O's are back at it. They avoided the sweep yesterday. They're playing the Guardians this afternoon. So, you got an afternoon game, then a night game, then another afternoon game before they head on the road. So, last couple of days of May and some baseball here in Charm City. Now, right now, we're in the mid-60s, and we're going to get close to 80 this afternoon. We are tracking at least a few of those afternoon showers. Temperatures, however, staying near average for this time of year. Here's that HD radar. Again, we saw the rain showers earlier this morning for the Eastern Shore and just south of Annapolis. Not much. That rain continues to kind of dwindle or taper off even as it moves a little farther to the west. South of Laurel, you're picking up just a few light showers, but not really anything here in the Baltimore region as this large coastal low continues to be the main weather maker that we're talking about. Here's your hourly future scan, keeping the clouds around through about 9 o'clock this morning. And look what happens by about noon, 1, 2 o'clock. Yeah, a couple of stray showers possible. Could see some maybe delays at Camden Yards, but overall, not looking like it's going to be canceled. In fact, most of you will not see much of any rain later today and even into the 11 o'clock hour for tonight. So golfers hitting the links, just have that rain gear. It's always good to have it in your bag, but 70 through the 9 o'clock hour, mid to upper 70s through noon, and we're going to get close to 80 for a lot of us later today. And check out some of your high temperatures, upper 70s and lower 80s across central Maryland. As I mentioned, first pitch at 1:05 at Camden Yards, 79 degrees. Temps are staying into the lower 80s, so a kind of mild and even warm afternoon at the ballpark. And speaking of grilling, if you're going to throw some meat on the grill, our dripping meat cast right here, upper 70s through 4 p.m., and we'll keep those 70s around in that 5, 6, and 7 o'clock hour for tonight. Some rain, but not a lot. And even if you do see some, it's just going to be a couple of scattered showers. 77 tomorrow. We'll keep the clouds around, not really tracking rain. In fact, a dry week ahead, and then we start heating up. We're talking about 80s and even lower 90s into Thursday and Friday.
Well, if you're hitting the road with your pet this summer, make sure they are traveling comfortably. After the break, the do's and don'ts when you do travel with your pets.
And you can kick off your Memorial Day with an agility workout. Still ahead this morning, the 4 workouts you can do at home before firing up that barbecue grill.
First thing you need to do before you fire up the grill, definitely
fire up the coffee maker.
That's right.
It's time for a coffee break. (7:52) Florida Governor Ron DeSantis hosted veterans for the Memorial Day weekend in Tallahassee today, just days after he announced he is running for president.
Tanner Stewart with our Sinclair sister station in Florida reports.
At the end of the day, you can have the best declaration that's ever been written, you can have the best constitution that's ever been written, but unless you have people throughout our history that are willing to put on a uniform, risk their lives, and in some cases give the last full measure of devotion, service to this country, then a lot of those principles aren't going to amount to very much.
Governor Ron DeSantis honoring a crowd of veterans Sunday in Tallahassee, and in turn, veterans showing support for the now presidential candidate.
Freedom's fragile. Freedom is not something that can go on autopilot. It requires each generation to fight and to fight for it, and nobody has done that more than the veterans who've given the last full measure of devotion and service to this country.
Just last week, not even a week ago, we had a big press conference where the governor signed 6 veterans bills.
Florida District 1 representative and U.S. Army veteran Michelle Salzman touting the governor's legislative support for veterans and telling me she expects DeSantis' presidential platform to emulate his Florida policy on a wider scale.
You know, we'll expand that into a more federal conversation for the border crisis. Certainly it wouldn't just be things at our state, but potentially, you know, securing the border in whatever way that he sees fit.
Salzman says Republican officials across the Florida Panhandle stand in solidarity supporting the governor's bid for the White House in 2024.
I think it's important that we're all on the same page no matter what we're doing, you know, and in reference to supporting the governor for the presidential primary, it certainly just makes sense. He knows who we are. He was there for us during our hard times, during COVID, during hurricanes. We know that he'll show up when we need him to. I mean, he just has great policy and a good relationship, and it just makes sense for folks in the Panhandle to support somebody that's been there for us.
U.S. Army veteran and Jefferson County native Al Cooksey says he supports Governor DeSantis' presidential run, but wants to see an all-out push ahead of the primaries on a number of issues.
Immigration would be one of them. That's definitely one of the things I think we got to get on. And the budget, the dadgum budget is crazy. I mean, we way overspend every time, and we promise to not overspend, and we keep doing it. I think we should speed it up, and let's get it done. I mean, I'm tired of waiting around.
A busy week ahead now for Governor DeSantis, planning to make stops in New Hampshire, Iowa, and South Carolina, all on the campaign trail. In Tallahassee, I'm Tanner Stewart reporting.
Pet ownership is on the rise. 87 million U.S. households now have a pet compared to 85 million in 2019.
And with AAA estimating more than 42 million Americans will have traveled at least 50 miles from home this Memorial Day weekend, that means more pets are also hitting the roads or flying the skies. And Center for Pet Safety founder Lindsay Wolko reminds travelers to make sure that they pack everything their furry friend may need for the trip.
Make sure that you bring extra food and water, because the water at your destination location can potentially cause tummy upset for your pets. We also recommend that you bring medical records, any kind of medications your pet may need.
If driving, experts suggest you use a travel harness, not only to protect your pet, but to keep the driver from being distracted. And if you're flying, stick to direct flights to reduce travel stress for both you and your pet.
Local care shelter Barks, they're bringing their BFF wagon and adoptable dogs to Maryland Square in Cannon Yard starting at 10:30 ahead of today's game. So here in just about 2.5 hours, all adoption fees are waived. Fans with Oriole tickets who adopt an animal can pick up their pet right after the game.
The unofficial start to summer brings mild temperatures and possible rain showers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will have your Memorial Day forecast.
We're coming out of the first weekend of the city's youth curfew. Just ahead, how it's going and why some are still skeptical.
The first weekend of the youth curfew is over. Still ahead, why there still continue to be questions about the mayor's guidelines.
And the long holiday weekend travel is not over for many. Coming up, what you need to know before taking on the roads today.
A few showers that will be around. We've already seen some this morning. We'll take a closer look at if that rain is going to impact what you do outside this afternoon.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are taking you live to Washington, D.C. this Memorial Day, where many events are soon to begin to honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. From this camera, you're taking a look at the World War II Memorial. Well, good morning to all of you on this Monday, May 29th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring meteorologist Justin Chambers into this for those who are looking to go to some of the memorials and events.
Yeah, and the thing is, ladies, earlier this morning, pretty decent amount of rain in the district. Right now, a couple of light showers around there. The clouds are hanging around. We really haven't seen much in the way of rain here in Baltimore City. This is in Towson right now, also dry as you look out right now. The sun kind of with some of that cloud cover that's out there and muggy conditions. Those temperatures have been in the 60s for most of the morning. And you can see on our HD radar some of those showers north of D.C. into Silver Spring up toward Gaithersburg. Laurel and Severn, you may get a couple of light showers, trying to make a run up the 95 toward Baltimore City at this hour. But again, not really seeing much. Now, over the next couple of hours on your out and about cast, low to mid 70s, even some upper 70s as we take you through about noon and into the 1 o'clock hour. Some of us topping off close to 80 degrees for your high today. In fact, that's the number we're going for this afternoon. We'll drop to the upper 50s tonight and be in the mid to upper 70s for tomorrow. Hot temperatures are coming later this week. We'll take a look at that in just a few minutes from right now.
Now taking a look at your Lynn Solar traffic network, a live look over the Beltway, and check that out. Still not a lot of cars on the roads at all on this Memorial Day. So if you need to get out, perfect time to do it.
No disrespect for the mayor, but let me tell you what's idiotic is his plan.
The first weekend of curfew enforcement for young people in Baltimore City has come to an end, and it's getting some mixed reviews. The enforcement is a part of Mayor Brandon Scott's strategy to keep kids engaged and away from danger this summer. So far, we have not seen much action at the city's outreach centers, but we have seen more examples of juvenile crime. This morning, we have Shannon Lilly joining us live in Fells Point with a look at how this plan is going so far and why some just don't think it's going to work. Shannon.
Yeah, so as part of this plan, Megan, there are several locations around the city that the city has identified as places where youth typically gather. One of them being right here in Fells Point, as well as Federal Hill and the Inner Harbor. So they plan to especially have more officers and social workers ready to engage with those youth here. But so far, what we've seen from the first weekend of this plan are empty youth connection centers during hours prone to violence. And we've also continued to see juvenile crime around the city during curfew hours. In fact, on Friday night, there was a possible carjacking. Take a listen.
Suspects, 2 no-more males went all black clothing between the age of 16 to 17.
Robbery involving a group of individuals, juvenile males.
Now remember how the plan will work. Youth will be asked to leave on their own if they're spotted out past curfew hours or taken by a bus to a youth connection center where the city will supply food and games. But the youth can simply refuse to go. So we spoke with community activist Kenji Scott, and he says the connection centers just don't focus on the root of the problem of juvenile violence. Meanwhile, on Saturday, we pressed Mayor Brandon Scott about the first day of his plan and how he thought it was going.
We didn't have any major incidents with our young people. We know people got the message.
It shouldn't be called a curfew. It shouldn't be called nothing. What's the real purpose of a curfew if it's not enforceable, if it's not punitive?
Meanwhile, Baltimore police have not said if those suspects involved in that possible carjacking are juveniles or if any arrests have been made. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, 10 young lives have already been lost in Baltimore this year.
10 children with full lives ahead of them. The youngest, just 12 years old. Jalen Richards was killed last month, and many of the victims, like Deontay Dorsey, were shot and killed right near their schools. Nearly 40 other young people have survived shootings this year. A community activist who's worked with Baltimore City children and families for years says given the amount of juvenile violence we have seen this year, the city's summer plan doesn't meet the urgency of the problem.
That shows our young people that they aren't important enough for us to value a tactical plan, a strategic plan under a state of an emergency. This is something in 2013, when the mayor was standing by my side with the 300 Men March movement, we were pushing for city government to do then. So I don't understand now with Brandon Scott being in power, having the authority, why aren't we considering this a state of an emergency?
Well, we want to hear from you. Are you confident in the plan from Mayor Scott to address youth crime this summer? So far, 96% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
8:05 and happening today, Congressman Kwesi Nfume is set to present $3 million in congressional funding to the Maryland Center for Veterans Education and Training, also known as McVet. The nonprofit gives homeless veterans and other veterans services to help them rejoin their communities. That is expected to begin this morning at 10. Baltimore is now enforcing its new curfew, but is it really doing anything to stop juvenile crime?
And today we honor the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice. In our next half hour, how you can come out and honor those who served at Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens.
Our temperatures have been mild this morning. We are tracking the potential for a little more rain as we head toward the afternoon. We'll talk about the potential of that rain and how it could impact what you do later today. That's a live shot there from Ocean City, where we've got low visibility, not rain, but just kind of the fog and the mist that's hanging around there. So as folks leave there and come back home, we're coming home to a mix of clouds and sun. Looking out over Camden Yards. O's got the win yesterday. Back at it today at 105 as the Guardians are in town. So captain's cast for boaters and watermen today. Easterly wind about 5 to 10 knots. Overall waves about a foot or less. That low tide next hour at 9:19 and high tide coming back in at 2:44 this afternoon. We do have a small craft advisory that goes in effect tonight and will last through tomorrow. So it is going to get a little bit breezier and a bit choppier the later you get into the day today. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect for your numbers this week in terms of our high temperatures, and some of you may like them. Back to you.
8-10 millions of travelers across the country are expected to make their way back home today after a long holiday weekend.
We have Tom Rogers at our live center tracking the numbers. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. Megan Matrice taking you live right here to Atlanta's airport. And you can see this is one of those buildings going all the way, one of the largest airports in the nation. You know, they have that tunnel that goes underneath. It takes like about 3 miles to get across. Anyway, we're starting to see some more aircraft move in and out of here. In fact, we want to talk a little bit more now about the numbers. As more people have left, we do know that Thursday airport security, well, they were talking about the Friday numbers. We're still waiting on that, but they said the checkpoint screened almost 2.69 million passengers. That's the most since 2019. FlightAware says more than 6,200 flights were delayed Friday, with Southwest, United, and Delta seeing the most. Another 200 flights were canceled. And let me take you right now to see exactly what those numbers are. And you can see them right here. Total delays within our in or out of United States today, 370. Cancellations, just 48. So that's a good news here. As you see those two numbers here, it could be a little bumpy later on through the day, depending on where you are and where you're headed. Now, the National Weather Service forecasting a slight risk for scattered showers and thunderstorms this afternoon for the areas shaded in green on this map. If you are driving, gas prices, they're still high. We all know that. $3.57 per gallon of the average nationwide, and that's going to cost you a little bit traveling around. It's about a nickel, though, below this time last month, $1 below this time last year. And we are expecting some scattered showers. You're taking a live look now at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier here. And that may hamper a little bit of your driving for some of you today. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. This week, City Council will begin budget hearings and talks start to spiral about their budgetary needs. In our 9 o'clock hour, where the city plans to invest their money and how the Kerwin plan could impact some of those numbers.
President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy reach a deal on raising the debt ceiling. After the break, how this could impact your taxpayer dollars. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
A tentative deal to raise the debt ceiling and avoid a default is now in place. Before it's finalized, though, we have David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joining us live to weigh in on whether it is fiscally responsible. David, good morning. Is this a good path forward?
Good morning, Megan. And there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, I have some concerns, and those concerns are that this debt ceiling goes until 2025, right till after the election. So there's not going to be another vote on this sort of thing before the election, and that's what President Biden wanted. Speaker McCarthy wanted this to last until next year before the election, and then you don't have a dollar amount that's attached to this. So we don't know really what's going to happen with spending. We have a little bit of an idea, but because there's no dollar amount that is just saying at a certain time, that's a concern. But let's just kind of take a step back for a second here. And we needed this to happen because the economy can't afford a default. Consumers, taxpayers can't afford a default. So generally, it's a good thing, but the details are problematic.
What we do know, David, is there's criticism of this deal from both sides of the political aisle here, which usually means it's probably a good deal if both sides aren't happy. The question is, can it pass the House and Senate?
So I think, the far left and the far right aren't going to vote for this. And let's be clear, spending is going to increase. It's just not going to increase at a faster rate. So let me use an analogy here. I go to my doctor and I say, hey, doc, next year I'm going to gain 100 pounds. And then next year I only gain 50 pounds. I didn't lose that 50 pounds, Megan. I still gained 50 pounds, and that's what's happening with the budget is that instead of growing by 4%, it's going to grow by 1%. So we're going to see increased spending. And I think that's what people don't understand is that this is not cutting spending. Spending is still going up. Now, they're going to cut in certain areas, but it's going to be shifted to other parts and to other programs.
Let me ask you this, David, because it's kind of confusing at times. If you just continue to raise that debt ceiling, is there any accountability for what we are spending? It seems as you just do what you want.
Zero accountability, and both sides are going to claim victory for this, right? Republicans and Democrats are going to claim victory, but it isn't because we've had these standoffs before, and they said, this is a big, monumental thing that we've done. No, it isn't, because if they really did something that was important, we wouldn't have to raise the debt ceiling, and we wouldn't have to do this in the year 2025. So that's a concern, is that we could see a $34 trillion debt by the time that the debt ceiling has to be raised the next time. And they're going to do this in January of 2025. So you know what December of 2024 is going to look like, Megan. Yep. It's going to be the mad dash to do this again right during the Christmas holiday.
All right. David, thanks for weighing in.
Thank you.
It is 8:17. We've got temperatures in the 70s today, but we could see our first 90-degree day later this week, which makes sense. June 1st, meteorological summer. It's perfect time.
Let's do it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, we're in on this.
I love it. Yeah, temperatures 70s and 80s today. So we're going to be climbing in a lot of us. We'll see those lower 80s. Definitely kind of muggy outside right now. Looking out from our Towson camera, we've got some cloud cover and that sun that is there. 67 is your current temp in Towson. We really didn't even drop into the low 60s. Most of us only bottom out at about 64, 65 earlier this morning. So it's been kind of a mild and muggy overnight with some of the cloud cover. You can feel that moisture out there. You can kind of smell it as well. On our Baltimore HD radar all over, most of us are not seeing the rain. But as you zoom in a little bit closer, you can see right around Severn over to Laurel and North Laurel as well, down through Lenox Park. A couple of those light showers are about all we're seeing. Even up toward Greenhaven, just south of Baltimore City, is what we're seeing, a couple of light showers at this time. It's all part of this area of low pressure that is to the south of us. This is that coastal low that brought a lot of rain and storms to the Carolinas. That basically is going to continue to kind of sit there, and on the top of that is where we'll see some of those showers that could develop later this morning and into the afternoon. But most of these model runs, I keep running the models. This is the very latest model. This updates every hour, called the HRRR, and this one in the 10 o'clock hour showing us just some cloud cover out there, kind of a northeasterly flow. This is about 1 p.m. right as we get the baseball game started this afternoon at Camden Yards, and we could see a couple of light showers start sneaking into the area. Even at that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, a few of those off and on showers, but really that is about it. Notice that rain continues to push out of here, and we really kind of dry out as we head into the overnight hours. So if you do want to jump in the pool on your splash cast, cannonball! Looking for that UV index in that high category today. A lot of those pools are now open for the season. We're in the lower 70s here through 10 a.m., but into about 80 by about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. And numbers across the board are mainly in those mid to upper 70s across Baltimore and Carroll counties. Typically this time of year we're at 79, mid 70s in D.C. today, and lower 80s in Philly, even warmer to the north. Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Scranton, all in those mid to upper 80s, while we're at 66 down the ocean today. All right, so here's a look at our temperature tracker. Here's that temperature spike that we're talking about. And as we get into Wednesday and Thursday, upper 70s, mid 80s, even lower 90s by Friday, right as we approach that first weekend of June. You can see on our future scan a couple of those scattered showers, but it moves out of here by the time we head toward tomorrow. You'll see some leftover cloud cover, and there's a chance that we get a stray shower on Tuesday and Wednesday. But overall, it is not looking like much. A very dry week ahead, and we heat up, as I just showed you, all the way into this upcoming weekend. We'll be back to about 87 on Saturday. And then those numbers come back down to the lower 80s on Sunday. Now, am I allowed to go out and talk to the grilling people? Because I've been trapped in here, I feel, Patrice.
Run now. All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Solar Traffic Network while he runs to the grill. And if we look at our traffic map, this reflects what we've been seeing in our live shots on the roadways. No incidents to report, barely any cars to report. We are in the green. Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars is an instant hit, and you can watch it Wednesdays right here at Fox on Fox 45 at 9. We are giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams. Head to foxbaltimore.com/contest and tell us about your dream to open a new food service business or fund a current one. The winner will have the opportunity to appear on Fox 45 Morning News to promote your business. So get your business plan together and watch Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars Wednesdays at 9 on Fox 45. The O's avoid a series sweep with a big Sunday win over the Rangers. How they now stack up in the AL East.
But first, it is time to sizzle. Did he make it out there yet? Justin is out there on this Memorial Day because after the break, we're going to show you the basic steps that you need to follow to avoid any mistakes. Get it? Steaks? 822. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, we are live outside this morning, Memorial Day grilling. I've got this gigantic thing of meat right here. I don't even know what kind of meat it is, but that's why we have Vanderlei here from Fogo de Chão to tell us exactly what's going on. My friend, good morning, welcome.
Good morning, thank you for having us.
Now look, you guys have obviously some great meat. What is this?
The picanha is our house specialty cut, the prime part of sirloin. We're very famous for this cut. Yeah.
Okay, now look, you've got a lot of great meat on the belt grill. I'll get a shot of all of this amazing meat, but these are really, really thick cuts. Now, me at home, I like to think that I'm an okay griller, but I mean, folks at home, if you have a thick cut of meat, what's the kind of I don't know, an insider's tip is to make sure it's good.
So, of course, the grill, make sure it's at least 400 degrees.
Yeah.
If it's, gas, and if it's charcoal, you want to make sure you make that fire ahead of time so you can burn the coals, and then it'll get to that temperature, and then you want to sear the meat close to the fire for about 5 minutes each side, and then raise it up lower the temperature to get that seared and seal the juices inside. So.
Yeah, and that's what it is, right? Because you don't want to flip the meat a lot. Is that correct? Like, because you want to try to keep all those juices in?
Correct. Don't keep flipping around, because you're going to lose all the juice, all the goodness.
We can't lose the juice, man. We got to have the juice. Now, you guys have all sorts of great specials going on. We've got a whole bunch of great meat here. But for non-meat eaters, there's also stuff that you have at Fogo, right?
Absolutely. We cater for all. So we have a gigantic market table with all the different, kinds of fresh vegetables, salads, some authentic Brazilian salads as well.
Yeah.
And, lots and lots for you to try.
I'm not going anywhere near there. I just want all of the meat. So thank you very much. We'll have more live from our grilling porch in just a few minutes from right now.
Oh, that looks good. Justin, thank you. We're switching gears here. We're going to see some showers this afternoon. Temps close to 80 degrees. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's going to leave the grill and he's going to do some weather, tracking when we could see our first 90-degree day of the year.
Continuing coverage on the first weekend of the city's youth curfew. Just ahead, how the success of the plan could impact the future of the city. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
We want to take you live to Washington, D.C. here this morning on this Memorial Day, where events continue this holiday to pay respects and honor to our nation's fallen heroes. We've been taking a look at these monuments. We had the Tomb of the Unknown up just a little while ago as well. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like, especially this afternoon if you are going out to honor some of our fallen heroes.
Yeah, guys, exactly. Good morning. I was just outside a moment ago. It definitely feels a little bit muggy, so just know that our temps have been mild, even warm here this morning with a lot of 60s hanging around as we look out at Camden Yards. And those clouds are going to be with us, and we are going to track at least the potential for some rain on your Memorial Day. So if you are honoring our fallen soldiers and you're going to be outside, just know it's already in the mid to upper 60s, and we're on our way to 70s and even some lower 80s for the afternoon. In fact, if you're out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, lower 70s is what we're talking about through about 9, 10 o'clock this morning. And the next 3 days, we'll top out right about 80 today, 77 tomorrow, a bit cooler, but then back to the upper 70s on Wednesday. And then we start cranking that thermostat up. We're talking about numbers in the upper 80s and lower 90s toward the end of this week. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And around the area, some of the cameras that we're showing you, hardly anything. In fact, since the sun has come up this morning, the roads have been this wide open. There are 3 disabled vehicles northbound on 95 from White Marsh Boulevard all the way up to Veterans Highway. They're not causing any delays, but still 3 vehicles on the northbound lanes of 95 right now disabled. This morning, we are continuing our coverage of citywide curfew enforcement for a city in crisis.
In our last half hour, we discussed how many are skeptical about the mayor's plan as he thinks this is a way to keep kids engaged and away from danger this summer.
Well, city council members are also feeling the skepticism, saying that they are not sure if keeping the kids off the streets, especially because they can't be forced to go to those outreach centers.
This is not a tool that's going to go against the young folks who are intentionally creating unproductive activity at night. So I mean, I think we just have to accept that and literally move on.
And I want this to work, but I still see these young people not obeying. I don't hear the young people saying, I want to go to the rec. They're not excited about going to the rec centers.
This morning, more community leaders are weighing in on the plan.
Yeah, and Shannon Lilly is joining us live with their take on this curfew. Shannon?
Yeah, we are now going on 4 days into this plan, Tom and Megan, and it's been going so far so good, according to the mayor. But we also spoke with Giovanni Patterson with the community group Peace. He says just the opposite, that we continue to see teens and youth acting out, and that the way that the city is trying to handle this sends the wrong message.
And now we're saying, hey, we're going to give you pool parties. We're going to give you, basketball games every night. I think we're going about this the wrong way. Instead of rewarding bad behavior, we should be incentivizing good behavior. It seems like we're coddling our kids and saying, hey, we don't want them to interact with the police. And interaction with the police is not always a bad thing.
Now, he also says that we need to raise expectations for our kids. And on top of that, guys, he says that parents need to be more involved as well.
Shannon, what impact will this plan have on the mayor's reelection efforts?
Well, it could have a big impact, Megan, because we spoke with political analyst John Deedy about that. He says if this plan goes well, then it could just boost the mayor's resume and help with his reelection. On the flip side of that, though, if things don't go well, it could cause problems for him because we know people like Sheila Dixon may also be running against him. And you'll remember when she was in office her very last year, murders were down. And so Deedy says that she could argue that in her favor. Of course, we'll have to wait and see, though. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Remember, the curfew is in place on weeknights, too. It applies to anyone under 17. For children younger than 14, the curfew is from 9 to 6. For 15 and 16-year-olds, curfew starts at 11. You can find everything you need to know about the curfew on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Today marks Memorial Day, and it's a day to honor the men and women who've made the ultimate sacrifice for the U.S.
This morning, we've been out live at Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens. Chuck Ritz, the creator of the 9/11 Memorial, is joining us live. Chuck, good morning. Tell us about the bell.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning. Yep, it's an honor to be back here at Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens again to honor our fallen who made that ultimate sacrifice for our country and our freedom.
Chuck, I know that you had made this plaque and have moved this around through the state of Maryland. A lot of people know you and have been able to look at this, but you just found out the numbers actually need to change. You need to raise some of those numbers. Tell us about that.
We did. Back in 2021, on the 20th anniversary of 9/11, we added 17 more names to the Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom plaques for the Marylanders who made that sacrifice in the war against global terrorism. And we also added a plaque for the Beirut bombing in 1983, where 8 Marylanders were killed and 3 on the USS Cole. Unfortunately, those numbers may continue to rise as, we continue to engage in, conflicts around the world that continue to keep us safe and free here in America.
Just remind us, what this day means. You, every day of the year, go and remind people of those names we just mentioned. What does today resemble?
Today, it's humble. It's proud to be an American because for those sacrifices and those who served our country, for us to be able to gather today to honor their sacrifice. And we take the memorial round to about 35 events a year. And, we've been up at Hereford High School all weekend with the Eyes of Freedom. And it's just moving and empowering to show the families that their loved ones aren't being forgotten.
Chuck, you have a lot more than just the bell that's behind you there. You come with a whole lot of events remembering everyone that has been involved. So we want to say thank you very much for what you do and transporting all the goods that you do have besides just the bell. Tell us real quick, though, what is the reaction that you get when people come up and start reading all the plaques that are around the bell?
Yeah, we met a Gold Star family for the first time the other day, the Star family, and they lost their son, Marine Lance Corporal Michael Starr Jr. back in 2005. And for families to see it and have never seen it before, they get to see that their loved ones aren't being forgotten. And it's definitely a tribute that, will continue to roll around the state and to honor those who made that sacrifice. And people are moved by it when they see it.
Well, Chuck, we appreciate you bringing it to us this morning. Thank you for joining us this morning. Perfect timing. Thank you, Chuck. Well, today's events come on the heels of hundreds lining up yesterday at the Arlington National Cemetery to pay their respects to the nation's fallen heroes.
In fact, one by one, visitors walked across the plaza, placing flowers before the tomb of the unknown soldier. Visitors also placing flowers at more than 300,000 headstones that make up that cemetery.
The ceremony marks the second annual Flowers of Remembrance Day, which pays homage to the first official National Decoration Day known as Memorial Day. That ceremony took place in 1868 to honor those who died in the Civil War. The first weekend of the curfew enforcement in Baltimore City has come to an end, and it's seeing mixed reviews. In our 9 o'clock hour, why one activist believes the curfew is not enforceable.
Cloudy Memorial Day with a chance of showers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can expect our next weather maker. Is he back outside with Fogo to show again? Probably, yeah. All right,
rightfully so.
We'll find our meteorologist if he's messing with the meat out there. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
From our live center this morning, President Biden and congressional leaders reaching a tentative deal to raise the debt ceiling over the weekend. We're taking you live to New York City here this morning, where we know Wall Street will be closed today for the Memorial Day holiday. So what that means is we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to see how the markets respond to this tentative deal on the debt ceiling. Plans right now are for the House to vote on Wednesday. That would give the Senate 5 days to review and vote before that new June 5th deadline. The other major economic news out this week here, we are expecting to get numbers on consumer confidence. We are expecting that to come out tomorrow. Then Wednesday and Friday, it is all about the jobs and the direction of the labor market. It is expected to show the number of open jobs in America declined again last month. Wage growth slowing slightly and the unemployment rate ticking just a little higher. We're going to be watching for specifics as each report drops this week. You can look for updates right here from our live center.
Well, taking a live look over the Bay Bridge this morning as travelers are preparing to head home after their holiday weekend. Still ahead when the Maryland Transportation Authority says it's the best time of day to start heading home. It looks like right now is the perfect time. But first, come out and tee off in support of the Heart's warriors that are out there. After the break, how you can invest in helping families impacted with heart disease. How do you do it? Well, 8:44 and celebrate the strength of Heart Warrior families worldwide. The Kruger Hat Trick Foundation hosting its 3rd annual charity golf event. And joining us live this morning to share more is president of the Kruger Hat Trick Foundation, Caitlin Kruger, alongside with a friend, Bill Shue, who is actually the co-owner of Primo Pasta Kitchen in Pasadena, Riviera Beach, really. I mean, technically, right?
Riviera Beach, yeah.
Yeah. So we are here, though. This is an event. We have some drinks that you're going to be making for us here in a little bit, Bill. And that's just been kind of like get us in the mood here, right, to start going on the golf. Because you have, first of all, you have a happy hour celebration coming up. Tell us about that.
So we do have a happy hour from 12 to 6 at Twain's Tavern in Pasadena as well. And it's family friendly. We'll have a cornhole tournament, stuff for kids. It'll be a lot of fun, some live music. And then the next day is the golf tournament at Compass Point.
Yeah, and this golf tournament has also raised money, and this is personal for you. Tell us about why you started this foundation, why it's called the Hat Trick.
Yes. So my husband and and I had triplets, so we had scored a hat trick. And so we were dubbed the Kruger hat trick family at the very beginning. So my middle son has or had a congenital heart defect, and at 2.5 years old, after his open heart surgery, he passed away, unfortunately. And so, sorry.
No, it's all right. You're honoring him, though.
Yes,
I mean, you're
yes.
doing this event, and not only him, but anybody else, all the other
Yes.
families that are out there that are dealing with what you dealt,
Yes.
what you are still dealing with,
Yes.
and your other two sons, too,
Yes.
that are now part of this, because they're missing a part of them. Yeah.
Correct. So we moved from grief to and tragedy and made something beautiful out of it. So
You made it seem very, very easy there. There's a whole lot that goes behind that. And you started something, though, that started with these bags. And that's
Correct.
why Bill's being part of this, too. I
Yes.
mean, because what you do with the bags, tell us a little bit about what you have in the bags and what this means for a family that is dealing maybe at the NICU or at the hospital.
Yep. So when you're sitting in the NICU or the PICU, it's long, and a lot of times you end up there and you don't even realize that you're going to be there sometimes.
Yeah.
So we started putting these bags together with blankets and stuff for kids and a journal for parents to write in, things to do at the bedside, just little comfort items, gift cards for local restaurants as well. And we provide them to families, and we do them. We give them to both Johns Hopkins Children's Center for their cardiac patients and University of Maryland Children's Hospital. And we send them around the nation and around the globe.
Right, and that's why, Bill, you get to see exactly what the Krugers do. I mean, her husband and Caitlin here, Caitlin and Tom doing this. So you're like, let me step up. How can I help?
Of course. And when you have friends like this that turn their grief into such an amazing effort and positive progress and helping all these families, you want to reach into your basket of tricks and help out any way you can. So Caitlin's turned to me, and I happen to be in the restaurant industry. So between Primo Pasta Kitchen and Twain's Tavern, we go all out to help this amazing cause and all these families.
Yeah, and just incredible. So you've got happy hours, you've got golf. Where can we go to find out the information and sign up? Even if we're not golfers, I know you still have options there where you can
Absolutely.
help.
www.thekht.org.
There you go. Caitlin and Bill, thank you so much. You just saw the website up there. We posted that a couple times, and of course that will be on our website too. We need to go over to somebody that says he's a golfer. I've been on the course with him a couple times. I'm not sure about that. Let's just talk about the happy hours. I think you do better at happy hours than you do on the links, right, Justin?
Really, really good at happy hours.
You are.
My wife and I excel in that. I can't wait to check out Primo, and what a great event, guys. Thank you so much again for being here. And we are looking outside right now to Camden Yards, where folks in just a couple of hours are going to start basically gathering there and getting into the gates for the 1:05 first pitch on your Memorial Day. May have to dodge a few showers. Just be aware of that as we get closer to the game. You can see our HD radar right here. A few of those showers were around Severn. Try to make a run toward Baltimore City. You maybe got a sprinkle or two out there. I saw a sprinkle on one of the tower cameras, but most of that rain is south of Elk Ridge, over through Severn, moving over toward Columbia and over toward North Laurel and Highlands. So some of you in Howard County may be getting a stray shower right now, but all of this is because this area of low pressure, which is what we call that coastal low, came in off the coast and brought a lot of rain and thunderstorms to parts of the Carolinas over the weekend. This is that same weather maker that is impacting us, but look what's going on with our hourly future scan. Every time I run this model, it gets less and less active in terms of rain. This is now at about 1 p.m. Couple of pop-up showers northern Baltimore and Harford County, down to the south around Stevensville, the Bay Bridge, as folks are coming home. Now, looking like it's maybe seeing a few more of those showers in that 3 and 4 o'clock hour for Westminster, out through parts of Baltimore County into Baltimore City. And then by about 5 p.m., if you're going to start your grilling and hanging out outdoors in the 6 o'clock hour, we should be good to go with most of that rain moving out of here, and overall drier conditions will prevail. Now, if you're hanging out there at Fells this hour, we're in the 60s, hanging into the 70s by the time we get to noontime and lunch. And if you're going to do some stuff outdoors, upper 70s and lower 80s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour today. We'll keep those temperatures climbing. So 79 is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us in the upper 70s and lower 80s. Great day, as I mentioned, for baseball, even though we may have to deal with a stray shower. But the O's are back at it against the Guardians this afternoon, in from Cleveland, coming off that win last night. Hopefully we can add to that win total. And yeah, talking about grilling, we got Fogo outside. We're talking about Primo, all sorts of great things. So we're talking about mid to upper 70s and drop into the lower 70s later this evening if you want to get outside and get your grill on. Right about 79 on Wednesday, then mid 80s Thursday and 90s by Friday. Should see our first 90-degree day as we get into meteorological summer. This is a view through your window right now. Time to take a look at that. And this is from Dale, who has this beautiful large American flag up in his house. So Dale, thank you very much for sending that picture in. Hey, we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, Justin, we want to take you live to the Bay Bridge, where today is expected to be the busiest travel day of the holiday weekend. Right now, though, this might be the golden time to get out there. We know the Maryland Transportation Authority is saying the best time to drive is before 8 a.m. However, we've still been smooth sailing out there. After 10 p.m., also supposed to be a good time. I think afternoon is really when you're going to see this picking up. Well, whether it's hanging out on the beach, a backyard barbecue, or just enjoying some time at home, we want to see how you spent your holiday weekend. Just scan the QR code on your screen there to show us your pictures and videos. You can also head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, and you can submit them there. All right, here we go. On the left, we are taking you live to Camden Yards this morning, where the Orioles finally took their City Connect uniforms to the bases. That debut was on Friday. Then on Saturday, they were brought out again. On Sunday, the O's played their final series game against the Texas Rangers, and what a game it was. A nail-biter kind of a game there. The O's worked for it, came out on top with a 3-2 score. The fireworks went off. My kids went crazy. This put the Birds winning one of the 3 games, meaning they avoided that sweep from the Rangers.
I love the fact that we don't feel like we're ever out of a game when we're down, and that the next day is you can't really tell if we won or lost in our clubhouse. And I think that's a great attribute. I think that for the guys that have been here through some tough years, I think they're really excited to play, and they've come back from losses before, and they're just got a great way about them. Yeah, just like the makeup of our club.
Well, the dugout, too. I mean, come on. They're known now across the entire MLB because of their dugout shenanigans, shall we say.
Yeah.
Well, today the O's will be hosting the Guardians just after 1 at Camden Yards. First pitch, 1:05. So we want to take a look at where the O's line up in the American League East standings.
The Tampa Bay Rays are still the ones to beat with the top spot there. The Orioles 4 games back, then 3 more from that. The Yankees. The Red Sox are trailing now, 9.5 games behind, and the Blue Jays remain in the bottom, but no team in the East has a losing record. It's getting warm outside. That means it is time to light up the grill. In our next half hour, an expert shows you how to be sure your food is cooked perfectly before serving it to your guests.
Before you consume all of that, yes, in the grill with your friends and family, start your Memorial Day the healthy way. 4 easy and accessible exercises that you can do right at home.
You know what else you can do at home?
Make some coffee. Come on. Yes, push the button. Put the K-cup in. Hit the button.
Easy. It's time for a coffee break. Let's do it. Topping your morning business report, State Farm is no longer insuring new homes and other properties in California. The insurance company is blaming wildfires and rebuilding costs. The new policy began Saturday. State Farm says the change will not affect existing customers. State Farm now becomes the second insurance carrier to stop insuring homes in California. That's crazy. Well, more job cuts, this time from JP Chase. A CNBC report says the company is trimming around 500 jobs. Operations. Despite the cuts, JP Morgan is still looking to hire workers in other roles. The report says the company currently has 13,000 open positions. Speaking of JP Morgan, the company has reportedly filed with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office for a possible AI feature to help investors choose securities and assets. The trademark application calls the new feature Index GPT. JP Chase CEO Jamie Dimon says artificial intelligence could be key in the bank's future success. Dimon says he plans to empower employees with AI, including ChatGPT and chatbot powered by OpenAI. If you are tired of messy whiteboards or sticking reminder notes everywhere, lifestyle expert Julie Moran has a handy gadget to simplify your life. Here's today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
I'm so excited. I've been looking for this product my whole life. I want to introduce you to the VersaBoard. This is so cool. It has a little stylus pen magnet. You're never going to lose it. So you have a grocery list, chicken, potatoes, and you go on. If you decide that's not what you want, you erase it. But what's so great is you can throw it in your purse, take it to the grocery store. Also, if you want to write a little love note to your kids or your hubby, you just say, love you, mommy, and it stands on the counter. You just flip this up and they can see it when they walk in the door and they'll think of you and you'll think of them. But my favorite thing, I'm going to erase that, is my husband who forgets everything. When I'm out of town, feed the dog. And I know he's going to go in the refrigerator. So I put feed the dog and I slide my stylus pen right in there and I put it on the fridge. I know he's going in there for something. So he is not going to forget to feed the dog. I just love that it's not messy like a whiteboard. Those things, the pens dry out, they get ugly looking at the end. So I think the stylus, the attachment, the magnet, you can put it on the counter. Right now we're offering 25% off the VersaBoard. Head to asadeals.com for this amazing exclusive offer.
It is 9 o'clock, and we are following three big stories. A debt deal in D.C.
President Joe Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy come to an agreement, but will the two parties sign it? We're going to go live to D.C., where McCarthy is promising to give them 72 hours before a vote.
And coming out of the first weekend of the city's youth curfew, just ahead, how it's going and why some are still skeptical.
Our temperatures have been mild this morning, and we are taking a look at numbers that are going to be warm or even hotter as we head toward the afternoon.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We want to take you live to the Bay Bridge here this morning. We are expecting heavy traffic here as a lot of people are heading back from the beach. It is a 3-day weekend for a lot of folks here. Final day here.
Right now, we're starting to get into the thick of the heaviest traffic, according to AAA. They said this is when it's going to start picking up. Fortunately for us, we have not been seeing that. So maybe it's still a good time to get out. But if you decide you want to wait, they say wait until after 10 p.m. tonight. And remember, whenever you do hit the road, take it slow, be patient, and just be ready for a ride. Well, good morning, and thank you for joining us on this Memorial Day, Monday, May 29th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we've got some beautiful drinks. You know what these are?
I walked back into the studio with this. I don't know. What is this?
It's breakfast because there's an orange in it, but it's an orange crush creamsicle, and you taste it for a good cause. This is the, make sure I get this right, the Kruger Hat Trick Foundation, and it's for congenital heart disease for infants. They're doing a golf tournament. This drink is going to be there this coming weekend here, so.
Cheers to that.
Cheers
That's a
to
great
that.
cause. I just got a lot of whipped cream.
Get it on your nose there. I feel like this is right up your alley.
I know.
Orange
I don't know why there's
crushes,
two and
golf.
not
Because
three.
you do the golfing, we do the drinking.
And that is breakfast.
All right, that's good stuff.
It's healthy.
By the way, we should be taking that westbound shot on that Bay Bridge because
To
nobody's
see.
going east. Everybody's
I know.
coming back. So.
And it was still moving well on that side, too.
Okay, that's good. All right, let's see what's going on with our weather while you enjoy your drinks
going.
over there, ladies. Maybe having a drink or two here at Camden Yards for this afternoon. Overall, our downtown camera, we got some cloud cover out there. We're really not tracking much in the way of rain. We had some showers earlier this morning from the eastern shore that moved across and into parts of Anne Arundel County. Right now, 67 in Annapolis, already 72 in Westminster, mid to upper 60s for Cockeysville and Baltimore for your numbers right now. And this is where that rain is. You can see around Columbia, Laurel, Severn, even then, not really getting much. So you may get a few sprinkles. And that's kind of how it's going to be today. A few off and on showers that will be possible. Numbers here rising mid to upper 70s through noontime and even in the lower 80s for some of us this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. The president and House Speaker have reached a debt ceiling deal.
Now comes the task of whipping up enough votes on each side to pass it through Congress and quickly.
National correspondent Atra Elnashar joining us live from Capitol Hill with a closer look at the bill that these leaders have to sell to their parties now. Atra.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. Then they've got about a week now with that X date moved forward to June 5th. So this deal raises the debt ceiling until 2025, gives 2 years of breathing room. It will also essentially freeze non-defense spending for fiscal year 2024 with a 1% increase the following year. And we've yet to really see the text dissected and scored, but it looks like any limits to increases after that would be non-enforceable. It also includes a guaranteed restart of student loan payments at the end of August, approving permits for the Mountain Valley Pipeline in West Virginia, and repurposing some of the new IRS funding. Now, in trying to sell this deal to hesitant progressives, White House officials are emphasizing all of the components of the Republicans' Limit, Save, Grow Act that did not make it into the final bill. Cuts to Medicaid and canceling the president's student loan forgiveness plan, though that is up in the air at the Supreme Court. Now, Speaker McCarthy is also trying to appease some conservative holdouts by pointing to the fact that the deal does, in the end, amount to less spending. Now, the president and speaker are upfront about the fact that neither side got 100% of what they wanted. But a major test for this legislation is going to happen tomorrow afternoon in a House Rules Committee hearing, where there's a potential for it to be blocked by both far-right and far-left members who oppose the bill, but for opposite reasons. And then in the Senate, it could face a delay by just one member, and we're already seeing at least 2 Republicans speak out against this.
So, Atra, let's switch gears. Overseas, there's a renewed plea coming from the United States and Saudi Arabia for warring military factions in Sudan to extend a ceasefire there. What is the latest with all of that?
Right, and this is going to be a critical next 6 hours as the U.S. Embassy in Khartoum and Saudi Arabia are putting out a joint statement calling on the Sudanese military government and its rival, called the Rapid Support Forces, to continue negotiations and prolong an active ceasefire that's actually set to expire tonight at 9:45 Khartoum time, which is about 6 hours, 6.5 hours from right now. Now, the two countries are acknowledging that the ceasefire has not been perfectly executed by either side. Violence has broken out, as we know, but they say it's still urgently needed to deliver humanitarian assistance to the Sudanese people. Now, you'll recall this fighting broke out between the factions in mid-April. Hundreds have been killed, thousands injured, and according to updated UN numbers this morning, migrant numbers, it's displaced 1.4 million people.
All right, Atra Elnashar, thank you.
Thanks.
I really have high hopes that it will work.
It's unbelievably poorly thought out. We are still addressing this as if we live in some type of utopia where our children are going home to hot meals, a sober mom, a sober dad, a functioning household.
The first weekend of curfew enforcement for young people in Baltimore City has come to an end, and it is getting mixed reviews.
The enforcement is part of Mayor Brandon Scott's strategy to keep kids engaged and away from danger this summer. So far, we have not seen much action at the city's outreach centers, but we have seen more examples of juvenile crime.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Fells Point with a look at how the plan is going so far and why some think that it won't work. Shannon?
Yeah, so there are several locations, Patrice, that the city has identified as areas where youth tend to hang out. One of those being right here in Fells Point. We know also in Federal Hill and the Inner Harbor as well. And so it is here that they plan to especially have more officers and social workers ready to engage with them. But so far, what we've seen from the first weekend of this plan are empty youth connection centers during hours prone to violence. We've also continued to see juvenile crime around the city during curfew hours. In fact, on Friday night, there was a possible carjacking. Take a listen.
Suspects, 2 number 1 males wearing all black clothing between the ages of 16 to 17. Robbery involving a group of individuals, juvenile males.
That other incident you just heard there from Saturday. But remember how the plan will actually work. Youth will be asked to leave on their own if they're spotted out past curfew, or taken by a bus to a youth connection center where the city will supply food and games. But the youth can simply just refuse to go. So community activist Kenji Scott says the connection centers don't focus on the root of the problem of juvenile violence. Meanwhile, on Saturday, we pressed Mayor Brandon Scott about the first day of his plan and how he thought it was going.
We didn't have any major incidents with our young people. We know people got the message.
It shouldn't be called a curfew. It shouldn't be called nothing. What's the real purpose of the curfew if it's not enforceable, if it's not punitive?
Meanwhile, Baltimore police are not saying if those suspects involved in that possible carjacking are juveniles or if any arrests have been made. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
10 young lives have already been lost in Baltimore this year.
They were 10 children with full lives ahead of them. The youngest just 12 years old. Jalen Richards was killed last month and many of the victims, like Deontay Dorsey, were killed and shot near their schools. Nearly 40 other young people have survived shootings this year. A community activist who's worked with Baltimore City children and families for years says, given the amount of juvenile violence we have seen this year, the city's summer plan doesn't meet the urgency of the problem.
That shows our young people that they aren't important enough for us to value a tactical plan, a strategic plan under a state of an emergency. This is something in 2013, when the mayor was standing by my side with the 300 Men March movement, we were pushing for city government to do then. So I don't understand now with Brandon Scott being in power, having the authority, why aren't we considering this a state of an emergency?
We want to hear from you. Are you confident in the plan from Mayor Scott to address youth crime this summer? So far, 96% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, this week, City Council will begin budget hearings with the city's final budget due by June 26th. Over the next several days, council members will hear from city agencies about their budgetary needs. Baltimore City has less money at its disposal than it thought. It has to pay $67 million more than planned for the blueprint for Maryland's future, or the Kerwin plan. The mayor plans to pull the money from the city's surplus.
It was a gut punch. What we've been discussing with them and what we've heard is a open and willingness to look at how we can look at the formula. It's not what the governor or anyone expected us to be having at this point.
Well, the most high-profile hearing this week is expected to be the Department of Public Works. The mayor's budget proposal includes funding for 10 new solid waste crews with the goal of getting people hired and working by January. The budget also requests a nearly 40% increase for upper-level management, some of whom already bring home six-figure salaries. And the overall waste removal and recycling budget is only requesting a 7% increase, even as the city has been struggling to collect recycling on a weekly basis. Councilman Yitzi Slifer says that money is being misplaced.
Instead of seeing the DPW executives' salaries ballooning, what I'd like to see is that same 40% increase go to the workers at DPW, the ones who are actually doing the work.
The councilman argues the mayor's $10,000 recruitment and retention bonus isn't enough to encourage overworked and underpaid city employees to stay. The councilman also raising alarm bells over the mayor's Clean Core program, which will give $15 million to city nonprofits to clean up neighborhoods, saying that money should go to DPW itself. The city council will have the chance to add or cut money from the budget this year because of a charter amendment that voters approved in 2020. Fox 45 News will be following that process closely. It is 9/11, and we need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with what we can expect.
We saw a few showers earlier this morning, ladies, and on our HD radar, still not much of that rain being picked up. Just a couple of those light green blobs there around Laurel and Columbia in parts of Howard County, just moved out of Severn there and Anne Arundel County. And really, as we head into the afternoon, not much wind. So boaters and watermen, ahoy! On your captain's cast, east wind about 5 to 10 knots with those waves about a foot or less. Low tide, going out here in just a few minutes with that high tide back at 2:44 this afternoon. Mid to upper 70s out on the water, and overall the wind will pick up, especially this evening into tomorrow. That's when that small craft advisory goes into effect. So watch for that if you're out on the water. We'll take a look at how warm or even hot we get later this week, coming up in a few.
Still ahead, the holiday weekend turned violent in the city. The investigation into the city's most recent murder coming up.
And breaking news out of Russia. A U.S. senator is named to Russia's most wanted list. What the Republican said that's caught the attention of the Kremlin. 9:12 now on Good Day Baltimore. We are following breaking news out of Russia. The country is naming a U.S. senator to its most wanted list.
Tom Rogers at the Live Center with these overnight developments. Tom?
Yeah, that's right. You can probably find him here, but Russia says that he's under arrest. We're talking about South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, now wanted man in Russia. The headline from the Associated Press, let me pull it up for you real quick here. It says right now, they issues an arrest warrant for Lindsey Graham over Ukraine comments. Now, Russia's Interior Ministry put Graham on the wanted list. The move comes after Ukraine's presidential office releases a video of Graham's meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky Friday. Graham is seen in that video saying the Russians are dying and the U.S. aid to the Ukraine was, quote, the best money we've ever spent. Also developing right now, North Korea is expected to launch a satellite into orbit soon. North Korea's government informing Japan Monday it plans to launch its satellite in the next few days. Japanese officials say the launch window is from May 31st to June 11th. The notice did not say the type of satellite, but this comes after North Korean state media reported earlier this month that leader Kim Jong-un had inspected a finished military spy satellite. Well, that's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
9:16 developing now. Police are investigating multiple shootings, including a murder happening over the weekend.
They say a 38-year-old man was shot and killed near Clifton Park. This was just before 7:30 Saturday night, right along Harford Road near the Alameda. Yesterday, another man was hurt in a shooting along South Monroe Street in South Baltimore. Police say he's in critical condition.
Then, just a few hours later, a man shot in Northeast Baltimore along Woodmont Avenue. He was taken to the hospital for treatment. We have no information on suspects. Anyone who may know about any of these shootings is asked to contact police. In Georgia, a teenager is dead after a shooting near a high school in Atlanta. Police got the call early Sunday morning. Investigators say a group of teens gathered along a driveway exiting the school, and then at some point, someone opened fire and shot two 16-year-olds, killing one of them. Police say the second teen is in stable condition and is undergoing treatment at a hospital. So far, no arrests have been made. It is unclear what led to the shooting. And D.C. police are on the hunt for a gunman who shot and killed a man riding on a metro train Sunday just before noon. Investigators say there were other riders on the Navy Yard Metro when that shooting happened, but no one else was hurt.
Making headlines now. Memorial Day marks the official start of the summer swimming season, but an ongoing shortage of lifeguards is keeping more than 100,000 pools across the country closed or under limited hours. That's at least according to the American Lifeguard Association, which says the shortage sets a dangerous risk for families over the summer. Several cities and states are launching incentive programs in hopes of finding new recruits, like in Philadelphia, where Temple University students can get college credit for lifeguarding, or Austin, Texas, which simply increased their wages. Well, make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. All right, time to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at whether this is good pool weather or when it will be.
Yeah, well, here's the deal, ladies. Later this week, we are going to be cranking up that heat. We're talking about 80s and even potentially our first 90-degree day of the year. But before we get there, for today's pool forecast, which I'll show you here in a second, we do have some more of the cloudy skies that'll be out there and temperatures that aren't bad. They're a little kind of mild and muggy as you make your way out on our Towson shot right there. You can see everything looking good and really haven't tracked much rain. We saw a few showers for you on the eastern shore south of Annapolis earlier this morning. Basically, most of that has moved on out toward Gaithersburg, even a few light showers around Severn, but didn't even really get to Baltimore City. And this is all part of that larger weather maker, the coastal low that's been basically impacting us. Saturday was great. Yesterday really wasn't too bad. Just had a lot of those low clouds kind of hanging around, especially south of Baltimore, and those showers in the eastern shore. But as of our future scan, this is the latest model run, so we're going to stay dry for a good portion of the morning, right around 1 p.m. Couple of pop-up showers in Cockeysville, Bel Air, down through Annapolis and Stevensville that will be possible. These models keep kind of changing, but basically it's not a lot of rain. So even if we get a stray shower, maybe even a random thunderstorm, it's going to be short-lived. As we get into the 3 o'clock hour, a few more of those pop-up showers, but we're pretty much done with everything by about 6 o'clock this evening. So no issues with having dinner outside on the porch. And yeah, if you want to get in the pool today, that UV index in the high category, and it stays in the high category this week. 71 next hour, but 80 by 2 p.m. Remember, 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., that's the time when you burn the quickest. So you got to get that sunblock on and try to prevent skin cancer from happening. Upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temps. And those numbers kind of in line with where we typically are toward the end of May, or at least over the last 30 years. Much warmer just to the north of us, Pittsburgh and Harrisburg in the mid 80s, and even lower 80s in Philly for this afternoon. Now here's a look at that temperature tracker. Those numbers climbing later this week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Look at that steady climb up the mountain, essentially, with a high of 91 on Friday. That's going to be potentially our first 90-degree day of the year. Here's our future scan, kind of the larger picture. And again, just a few stray showers that'll be possible. Most of this moves on out of here tomorrow, but still some leftover cloud cover, maybe a stray shower into Tuesday in the morning time. Wednesday also sees a little bit more of those clouds around, but possibly a stray shower. Overall, though, we're definitely trending drier. Here's that 7-day forecast. Really no rain in sight after today, and we definitely drying out and heating up as we head to the first weekend of June. Patrice?
All right, well, let's take a look at our Lynn Scholler traffic network, and we have been in the clear all morning long. Not a lot of people up and out on the roads as they are continuing to celebrate one more day off of work, most likely. This is over the Loch Raven Boulevard area, and as you see, very little volume there. Well, still ahead, exercise and pain. How a new study finds the more you move, the higher your pain tolerance may be. But first, we are grilling this Memorial Day. How to impress your guests with your grilling skills. We're going to teach you. That's all coming up. 9:21 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
We are firing up the grills on this Memorial Day, and can you smell that? This tomahawk steak is just about done. I actually heard it sizzle a little bit ago. We have Fogo de Chão in the house here today. Vanderlee, my new best friend, by the way, says it is time to taste something. What do you have here?
We've been cooking for so long. You guys haven't tried anything yet.
Time.
So this is our Wagyu New York strip.
Oh my goodness.
We also have the Wagyu ribeye. We serve both of these, table side. We have a Himalayan salt block that we heat it up to 400 degrees, and we'll serve it on the table. We slice it up and put it on there.
And explain to everyone why this meat is so special, because you hear about it. And while you do that, am I okay? Do I use my finger to just take that, or should I take this one? Which one do you think is best?
Got it.
This one?
My favorite one is the New York strip, but again, it's because the marbling is more spread out than the ribeye. So, but I mean,
Vanderlee.
both of them are really, really
Oh my gosh. And why? I mean, not everyone can get this meat. Where do we find it?
So this is a specific one that we get from Australia, special for us. So it'll be a little, you can...
All right,
you
so
can
that
get
one we can't cook at home. That one we come to you
No,
for.
our butcher shop, you can order directly from us on the website as well. All of
I
these
didn't know that.
The picanha, the fraldinha, the bone-in ribeye as well. All of them you can order through the Fogo Butcher Shop.
And I know everyone is going to be doing some grilling here today. You always say you don't need all the spices, all of this stuff. It's just salt.
So we try to make it easy for you here today, right? Show you good cuts of meat with good marbling, grill it the right way with sea salt only, and the chimichurri sauce, our special chimichurri sauce.
I got distracted by the meat. It just finished up. What did you just make?
This is Brazilian drink. It's caipirinha. It's a special.
Say that again.
Caipirinha.
Just for me, caipirinha. Oh my gosh. Gentlemen, cheers to you. Thank you so much. This is how to kick off summer the right way.
That looks good. Still ahead, marking the true meaning of this holiday. We're going to go live to Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens, where those who served are being honored.
Continuing coverage on the first weekend of the city's youth curfew. Just ahead, how the success of the plan could impact the future of the city. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday, Memorial Day Monday. As people are starting to head back home from the holiday, you're taking a live look at the Bay Bridge. The Maryland Transportation Authority is warning that today will be a busy one on the roads as people are coming back from their vacations.
Right now, we're starting to see a few more cars, but I don't think we could even call this the thick of it. This has been, I think people are sleeping in, and what we are expecting is this to pick up and through 10 p.m. It's not till after 10 p.m. that they say things are going to get a little better. So just be patient, take it slow, and enjoy.
That's right. Well, welcome back to all of you. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have a look at your holiday forecast here today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. There he is.
I thought they were going to pop him in.
I'm ready to go. I like how they switched it to the westbound camera, too. They got 3 lanes on those westbound side coming back to Baltimore or wherever they might be coming back from across the beach and having a good time out there. Yeah, they had some rain to deal with yesterday out there down the ocean, but really we haven't seen much of anything here. Our Towson camera remains dry at this time, even though we've had a few sprinkles that have tried to move through, but mostly cloudy skies in effect for today. Few of those afternoon showers that'll be with us, and our temperatures for the most part staying near average, upper 70s and lower 80s. You can see that here on your yard and gardening catch. You're probably still going to have to do the hand watering today, guys, with the hoses or sprinklers, because we're just not getting a lot of rain from Mother Nature. And if we do, then great. It's a little blessing to get some of that fresh rain. 80 today, upper 70s tomorrow. Then we're back to close to 80 by Wednesday. Really starting to turn up that heat later this week. You'll need to think about getting things watered in the morning and the evening time, because we got some hot numbers on the way. We'll break that down for you coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We want to go back to the roads. Your Len Stoller Traffic Network taking a live look over Ruxton Road now. Things very smooth there as well. It's kind of across the board here. Well, this morning, we are continuing our coverage on citywide curfew enforcement for a city in crisis.
In our last half hour, we discussed how many are skeptical about the mayor's plan, as he thinks it is a way to keep kids engaged and away from danger this summer. Now, city council members also feeling the skepticism, saying they're not sure if it will keep kids off the streets, especially because they can't be forced to go to outreach centers.
This is not a tool that's going to go against the young folks who are intentionally creating unproductive activity at night. So I mean, I think we just have to accept that and literally move on.
And I want this to work, but I still see these young people not obeying. I don't hear the young people saying, I want to go to the rec. They're not excited about going to the rec centers.
Well, this morning, more community leaders are weighing in on the plan.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with their take on this curfew. Shannon.
Yeah, we're now going on 4 days into this plan, Megan and Patrice, and according to the mayor, it's been going so far so good. However, we also spoke with Giovanni Patterson. He is with the community group Peace, and he argues just the opposite, that we continue to see youth acting out, and the way the city is handling it, he says, just sends the wrong message.
And now we're saying, hey, we're going to give you pool parties. We're going to give you, basketball games every night. I think we're going about this the wrong way. Instead of rewarding bad behavior, we should be incentivizing good behavior. It seems like we're coddling our kids and saying, hey, we don't want them to interact with the police. And interaction with the police is not always a bad thing.
He says we need to raise our expectations for our kids. And he also says, Megan and Patrice, that parents need to be more involved as well.
So, Shannon, what are people saying about the impact that this is going to have on the mayor's reelection efforts, whether or not this plan of his works?
Well, it could have a big impact, Patrice. We actually spoke with political analyst John Deedy about that very thing. He says if this is a successful program, then it could boost the mayor's resume and help him get reelected. Of course, if it's not successful, then just the flip side of that, he may encounter some problems. We know that Sheila Dixon may be running against him, and if that's the case, you'll remember that in her last year as mayor, we actually saw murders go down, and so that is something that she could argue in her favor. Of course, we'll have to continue to watch and see, though. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, remember, the curfew is in place on weeknights as well, and it applies to anyone under 17 years old. For children younger than 14, the curfew is from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. For 15 and 16-year-olds, the curfew starts at 11. You can find everything you need to know about the curfew on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Today marks Memorial Day, and this, of course, is a day to honor the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country.
We are live at Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens. Jim Cooper is joining us live this morning, and he is the coordinator of Maryland's Heroes on the Water chapter. Good morning to you. Tell us about what you guys do.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Heroes on the Water is a nationwide nonprofit that provides therapeutic kayak fishing. That is the technique we use to provide assistance to Walter Reed, the VA, and all the military clinics. We do that as a way of helping them reintegrate, heal from their wounds, their illnesses, and to get back in society, if you will.
It's a crucial part. Today, obviously being a very monumental day, how are you guys taking part in the ceremony? I know it's supposed to start in about 20 minutes.
Well, they've asked us to come here today graciously. They are recognizing our activities. We're a organization that strives very hard to keep our overhead next to nothing. So therefore, we don't do paid advertising. What we do is word of mouth. So this is a great opportunity for us to get the word out to veterans, first responders, and their families that may not have heard about us. Because everything we do for them is completely free. We don't charge, we don't sell anything, we don't represent a manufacturer. Our sole purpose is to support our nation's veterans, active duty, and first responders.
Jim, talk about the importance of this day. You all do your part with this service. How can we all do our part in honoring and remembering and respecting the work that was done and the lives that were lost?
Wow. Well, ma'am, as a veteran, and I like to think I can speak on this for all the active duty veterans. If you see a veteran or you see an active duty soldier, simply say thank you. They don't hear it a lot, and they kind of shy away from it when you do it, but they definitely appreciate it. Their families especially, their families serve whether you think about it like that or not. The spouses and the children are left behind while their active duty spouse deploys, and that's a very hard role for the home or the housebound spouse to take care of, because he or she is doing everything at that point.
Well, Coop, we can start this right here, right now. Thank you for your service and all you've done and all you continue to do for our veterans.
I greatly appreciate it, and thank you.
Coming up, new developments about a mid-air scare. A man opening a plane's emergency exit while the plane was in the air. The changes that airline is now announcing. That's coming up.
And it is Memorial Day. A lot of you might be having the day off. If you're hoping to be outside, you might need to grab the umbrella. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers sharing if your cookout will be a washout, what exactly to expect. 9:38 now on Good Day Baltimore. Developing right now, changes are coming after that mid-air scare last week.
We all remember the video, a man opening a plane's emergency exit while the plane was still in the air. Tom Rogers at the Live Center with the latest. Tom.
Yeah, here's that video again right now, just in case you haven't seen this. This is the video that sent chills down everyone's spine if you're on a plane. Man opens a plane's emergency exit while the plane was still in the air, about 700 feet up, as it was coming in for a landing. The flight crew was asking passengers to help them stop the man. There was kind of a little delay. Then they tried to, but that was only after the door opened, and it happened on the Asiana Airlines flight. Now the airline is announcing some changes. It's no longer selling tickets for some seats right near the emergency exit. A South Korean airline making the change after last week's incident. That 30-year-old man in the video was arrested. Reuters told the reports that he told authorities he opened the door because he was feeling claustrophobic. Well, also breaking news in the United States this morning, this massive search and rescue effort still underway in Iowa after an apartment building partially collapses with an unknown number of people inside. Now that the sun is up, though, we're starting to see exactly what happened here. Rescuers are getting a better look at the damage. Six-story building toppling over last night, part of that. And right now we know 8 people have been rescued. They just rescued another person. There were 7 earlier. Now it's 8. About a dozen others, though, were able to make it out on their own. First responders there are still looking for anybody still trapped in the rubble. And then in Georgia, nearly a dozen people are hurt when a deck packed with people collapses. 9 people taken to the hospital. Officials say about a dozen were on the wooden deck when it broke from the house and then collapsed. They fell about 16 feet. Police say the victims range in age anywhere from being very young to senior citizens. That's the latest from our Live Center. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars is an instant hit, and you can watch it Wednesdays at 9 right here on Fox 45.
We are giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/contest. Tell us about your dream to open new food service businesses or fund a current one. The winner will have the opportunity to appear right here on Fox 45 Morning News to promote your business. So get your business plan together and watch Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars Wednesdays at 9 on Fox 45. Well, they're food stars themselves, big ones. We are grilling today with the master chefs from Fogo de Chão, and we have got some Memorial Day grilling tips coming up for you.
And get moving on this Memorial Day. We're going to show you an easy at-home workout that can help you stretch your muscles. 9:43, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Get Fit with Fox. This Memorial Day, we are working on our agility. Teddy Savage is joining us. He is the national lead trainer for Planet Fitness. And if we're going to hit the grill later, we got to put in some work before, right?
Indeed, we do. And I love to hit the grill, but I also love to move because I'm an athlete and you're an athlete.
I am.
Because once an athlete, always an athlete.
Okay, then I am.
That's right. So what we're going to do is go through a couple of dynamic agility moves that are good for all athletes, but also anybody else who wants to get your body in motion.
Okay.
All right. The first thing is called A-skips, right? And it's just a very moderately high and intense movement. So you're getting blood flow to the extremities, right? Lubricating all of the muscles and joints that you need for any type of activity, whether sports related or you're skipping over to the grill to flip the burgers during the holiday, right?
Okay, you're incorporating
Yes. The next one is squat jump. So we're getting a little bit more intense. I don't want you to hurt yourself with the heels on, but I need that support. There we go. So we lower our body down and then we explode up, but land nice and softly that, yes, the impact is absorbed through our muscles and not our joints.
Let me tell you, you are an athlete because the fact that you can still talk through that and have some breath and air, because that gets you going.
For sure, and that's that plyometric element. All athletes know about it because it's all about aerobic movement, right? So our heart rate is going. The next one is Ali shuffles.
Okay.
So we're kind of in a square circle. Left foot forward, right foot back, just like so, and then we switch. And then we switch back. That's right. And look, let me tell you, Patrice is doing it in heels. I'm doing it in sneakers. So you got the full spectrum, right? This Memorial Day.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
That's an added level of difficulty. But that one is all about coordination. I don't want any broken ankles, right? Because then you're going to come see me. I want you to make sure that you get coordination no matter what you do, whether you're playing sports or you're at home, you walk upstairs, you have to be coordinated, right?
And that's the good thing about the exercise, that it's for life. It's not necessarily because you want a certain, fit body or whatever. It is for functionality in life.
You hit the nail on the head. Functionality is number one. The last thing we want to do is power skips for height, right? So this one, I'm going to turn sideways so you guys can see. I'm going to hinge my body down first, right leg back, right foot forward, and then drive up into a power skip and come right back down. This one is all about unilateral explosion.
I like that. It's a stretch.
Oh, yeah, let me show you one more.
It's good.
Right here, I'm throwing those arms up, driving my knee at the same time. So again, that's total body, unilateral explosion, and you're looking at the NBA playoffs. That's what they do when they dunk.
I was almost ready to kick off my shoes for that one.
You should have, right? We like to have a good time with our fitness.
Right. And so you go to Planet Fitness, somebody can walk you through all of these things.
All of it. We have certified trainers that are there to help you out no matter what. And as part of being a member of Planet Fitness, it comes with some perks too. The first one, I know a lot of people like wearing Crocs. You can get 20% off select Crocs just by downloading that app.
I think he said that because I have on the heels and I need to get some Crocs.
Right, and you can put them in sport mode and do all of that we just saw. And then lastly, it's super important to get nutrition in after your workout and before your workout. You get $120 off from Blue Apron just by being a member at Planet Fitness all the way until December the 31st.
Teddy is always a wealth of information. Thank you, Teddy.
Thank you, Patrice.
Now let's get to eating. Get the grills out.
Yes, bring it on.
Okay, that's good. We got to get those grills going, too. We got to get that grill movement. So we're going to do that in just a few minutes from right now. I'll try to get the weather in quickly so we can go back outside and get all that good meat and stuff going on the grill. So Oriole Park at Camden Yards, 105 first pitch. The O's avoided the sweep. They have not been swept this year. It's great. Yesterday against the Rangers, the Guardians in town at 105 for that first pitch. Upper 70s, could see a couple of stray showers, maybe delaying the game a little bit, but overall just bring your poncho and your pullover as the O's will take 3 games against Cleveland before they hit the road. So enjoy them here at home while you can for the next 3 days. Got a couple of afternoon games with a night game mixed in there. Our HD radar, not really seeing much. In fact, overall, we had some showers earlier this morning. Really, this rain has been paltry at best, and so we may still see a few showers here. Our latest model run right about 1 p.m. Couple of pop-up showers northern Baltimore County and down to the south around Annapolis and Stevensville for the Bay Bridge. And 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, a couple of more pop-up showers possible. maybe a stray thunderstorm, but it's not looking very active. Just not a lot of moisture going on. And even as we head toward tomorrow, it is looking drier. So if you are heading out to the yard, we're talking about 71 through 10 a.m. and numbers into the upper 70s and lower 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. 7-day forecast looks like this: 77 tomorrow, upper 70s Wednesday, mid 80s Thursday, and lower 90s on Friday.
All right, Justin just finished talking about the weather, and it is a little bit warmer out here. I'm here hanging out with Fogo de Show. The guys here have been whipping up some food for us. In fact, don't look at me. Look at this. Look at these cuts of meat right here that are on display. And what do they do to season their steaks? First of all, they buy really good steak. Look at Marcos cutting it perfectly on time. It's like you've been on TV before. He doesn't even have a makeup artist with him today, and he's still showing up here at Fox 45 with us. Marcos is showing us the cut right here. That is the one that is off the bone. So if you go into Fogo de Show, you say, "Can I get that tomahawk cut?" And don't take Marcos's word for it or the way that he does it. Vandalay is joining us too. All right, let's find out exactly what's your favorite cut. I mean, come on, let's be honest.
Well,
behind the scene, what are you guys eating in the kitchen?
This one, as we showed before, the picanha, the house specialty cut, that's the signature. That's one of the best. This one is the 42 days dry age tomahawk. So
that's the tomahawk that's there with the big bone. And then
exactly.
you actually get that cut. So they come through. Anybody that has been living under a rock, and I've got some more crew members coming out with us right now here. But red or green, this is what you do when you go into Fogo de Show. You walk in and you never show this side. You just keep it right there until you get the sweats, the meat sweats, and then that's the only time you're allowed to flip it back over to red. We have our meteorologist and also our co-anchor here, Megan and Justin. They're already going in. So yeah, your favorite cut of meat, which one have you been able to have so far?
All of them twice, and they're delicious.
Yes. All right. So, Justin, have you been able to get the drinks? Because I've seen the ladies drinking a couple times this morning here.
I have not had the drinks yet, Tom. I don't know what's going on with that. It looks amazing. I can't have that right now, but I will. I promise in a little bit. I got to fly today. 8 hours bottle to throttle.
Look at that. See, that's always working here. So, okay, of course, Memorial Day is all about the troops, and we were thinking about everyone they sacrificed, but it also is the unofficial start to summer, and we're going to find out exactly how to make this meal under what type of temperature from this guy that won't take a drink. That's coming up in his 10-day forecast in just a little bit. Fogo de Show, thanks again always for hanging out with us. We appreciate it.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
We'll be right back. Can you say we'll be right back with our 10-day?
We'll be right back with our 10-day.